Okay. Okay. There we go. Here we go. Let's turn my light. Podcast up, new podcast up, youtube.com/GI updates. What's going on, beautiful people? It's your host with the most, the Black Hokage, aka TBH, back with more of that quality content. Today is February 2nd, 2026. Shout out to all the black people in the chat. And shout out to all the black people that's not in the chat. Like Big Akamaru, you're an honorary black. Happy Black History Month. I'm joined by the very handsome Akamaru the doggo. Big Aki the doggy. Yo, shout out to Lonesome Bung Eater with the gifted subs. Appreciate you. Hopefully everybody's feeling good, feeling great. If not, I don't know what to tell you. At least you breathing. That's something. Shout out to everybody in the Twitch chat. If you in the Twitch chat, prove it. Drop 5 subs in the chat. If you in the YouTube chat, prove it. If we have 100 viewers in the YouTube chat, we should have at least 100 million thousand likes. And also drop a super chat. If you don't drop a super chat,
lock them up.
Oh, man.
Lock them up.
You need to leave.
shout out to John the Space Cowboy with the super chat. Shout out to I'm Almighty Co. Shout out to Glow with the sub. Appreciate it. I'm just fucking around. Shout out to Slater with the sub. Hopefully everybody's feeling good, feeling great. Somebody drop 100 subs for my birthday. Happy birthday, bro. Somebody drop 100,000 subs for his birthday. I got a couple batches of articles. I don't really know how interesting these articles are. Kind of light on news today, but we still gonna talk about it, and then we gonna get on this Neo 3. This Neo 3 demo. I feel like I didn't get enough time on the demo. We gotta spend more time on the demo. New podcast up at youtube.com/GI updates. Just make sure to hit the like button. Also, be sure to hype the video up if you have the hype button. I don't know how it works. Some people have it, some people don't. I got a date on Friday, so we back. Okay. Comeback season. Unless the date gets a little weird, then it might be. Yeah, so I'm a nurse and I'm a flight attendant. You'll be like, God damn, a nurse and a flight attendant? Yo, shout out to PJ with the $2 gift with the super chat. I appreciate you. What do I want to do? Yeah, I got a few batches of articles for you, so we finna get into it. So we can get on this game. Let me turn this down a little bit. Make sure to go like the podcast. I started uploading the full podcast to Twitter to see if that does anything. I don't know. Shout out to Taco Ninja. Shout out to Mojo with the subs. Appreciate it. So here's what I got for you. So since the last stream, it was revealed towards the tail end of the last stream that Epstein is so goddamn nasty. He got banned from Xbox Live back in 2013. And to that I say, do you know how nasty of a person you gotta be to get banned off of Xbox Live? I was deep in them Xbox Live servers. I was in the, when people say you wouldn't have survived a Call of Duty lobby. I remember somebody said that to me on Twitter like a month ago. I laughed. It had to have been a Twitter bot or somebody who never seen my content. I wouldn't have survived. It was something I had said on Twitter. He's like, you would have, pussy. You would have never survived in those Call of Duty lobby. Nigga, I was the Call of Duty lobby. I say that to say this. I was wilding in them lobbies back in the early 2010s. And even I didn't get banned off Xbox Live. Now, what's the update? For those who don't follow politics, real world shit, because you like to be ignorant and stupid, you know, and then complain about why your life is miserable, maybe you should pay attention to what's going on, but that's a different conversation for a different day. Late last week, 3 million more of the Epstein files were released, which, by the way, I believe we're only at like 40 to 50%. There's still millions of more files that need to be released, and they're also like 45 days late. But in them 3 million files, people are combing through them, and I said the day that those files released, I said give it at least 72 hours because the world's got to comb through it. You know the internet detectives. Since then, Jay-Z's been found on the list. Pusha T. We knew Bill Clinton's nasty. We knew that nigga was nasty.
Lock them up.
Oh, man.
Lock them up.
Trump's been all over it. And a whole lot more people. What happened towards the end of that stream is more news came out in regards to Epstein and the video game stuff. Something that I could not have predicted. So in case you don't follow the news, what else came out in those Epstein files was additional emails reveal Jeffrey Epstein's advisors were talking to former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick about microtransactions in Call of Duty back in 2013. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He may have not been the sole reason, but Jeffrey Epstein not only is a fucking diddler, not only is he a blackmail artist, that ran a secret cabal on a fucking island, this man is also partially responsible, for one of the worst trends to grow in gaming in the last 20 years. In the email, they're talking to Bobby Kotick, and he says, this is crazy, this word. I'm all for indoctrinating kids into an economy, aka Jeffrey Epstein wanted to get the kids not only diddled, Dr. Disrespected, but he wanted them to get addicted to gambling, loot crates. And you know what's funny? Before I even read even further, I remember when I dropped a video last year. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and do some promo. So maybe you should go back and watch that shit. I dropped a video titled The Dark Psychology of Microtransactions. And there were a lot of people in the comments telling me, bro, it's not that deep. Because in it, which by the way, I was citing research, like actual research that was done by medical staff, papers that were cited in whatever. Basically gambling, casinos and different gambling companies, they use various tactics to get people sucked into the world of gambling. An example I know they use for, like, I don't want to say a specific name, but like gambling apps. If you gamble a lot with certain types of parlay apps, they'll send you a notification saying, hey, you know, normally you spend a lot of money with us, but we haven't seen you in a week. Here's 20 bucks on your account. Go ahead and, you know, do a little gambling, do a little parlay. They use flashing lights and beautiful colors to manipulate the receptors in your brain to get super excited, to give you a dopamine hit and get you addicted to this stuff. And they've taken those psychological tricks and they've implemented them into video games with loot crates. If you ever noticed, it's the same exact thing. It's like a slot machine, whatever. It would seem that Epstein back in 2013 was advocating for this concept. He said, you got to love how his example of his real world rewards is virtual items in games. And he's talking to Bobby Kotick, which, by the way, Kotick is another person. He had to step down from Activision, for those unaware. He was the CEO of Activision. He stepped down last year. They said he was retiring, but really there was a lot of pressure on his ass because he's been accused of SA several times. And now that he's been affiliated with Epstein, it's all but believable that he is a piece of shit. X Prize is a good idea, but key is real world rewards. Learn to read, cell phone minutes, iPhone credits, virtual in-game credits, virtual in-item games, basically. So I know it sucks to say this, but I feel like this is one of those, what's going on right now in the United States, these files coming out, is some shit we haven't seen. Like, for those who don't follow politics, they made Jimmy Carter sell his peanut farm. This nigga Trump has made $3 billion off a crypto scam last year. That's more money than he's ever made in terms of profit in his entire career. For all the people that support him and swear he's the most efficient businessman on earth, and that's why he should have been president. First of all, that's stupid because a government shouldn't be ran like a business. That's why you guys don't get any fucking benefits, but y'all not ready for that conversation. He's a scam artist. That video was fire. I appreciate you. Go watch that. Turns out I was fucking right. This email proves it. He wanted to get the kids hooked on the gambling. For all the people that say, oh, it's not that fucking deep. It is. It is. This is the craziest shit we've seen since all the conspiracies during the fucking Vietnam War. We are living in historical times, and I think it's important for some of y'all to fucking start paying attention. Just keep an eye, sleep with, because we don't know how this shit gonna turn out. I feel like people are not angry enough. And part of the reason I feel like people are not angry enough, there's a few reasons. By the way, I've never been suicidal. I was just talking about this with somebody else. Very weird. These files and all these documents are coming out and mainstream media is not talking about it. And when I say mainstream media, I'm not talking about Fox. I'm talking about all of them. Fox, CNN, MS Now, aka MSNBC, NBC. Ain't none of them talking about it. Why is that? Acting like this shit doesn't fucking exist. So that's part of the problem. So the information isn't being properly spread. You have to be chronically online to know that this stuff is going on. It's very weird that it's very radio silent right now. I have some theories, but I'm not gonna state. We're not gonna go into that because I'm not trying to get shot. So yeah, there's radio silence. And me, personally, I'm a proponent of whatever gets you into paying attention in what's going on in the real world. I hate that it had to be this, but maybe this will make some of y'all start paying attention. For the people who would say on Hokage highlights in the comments, it's not that deep, TVH. Why are you talking about this shit? This man has ruined everything. He's ruined people's lives. He's ruining government. He's ruining video games. This shit is deeper. It's deeper than rap, bro. It's deeper than fucking rap. And keep in mind, those files came out like mid last week. There were 3 million files. People are not done combing. More info is gonna come out. But we got to start questioning why people aren't talking about it. Bill Clinton was impeached for BJ. I just saw that they plan to testify in front of Congress. That nigga in trouble too. Lock him up. He a fucking freak.
Lock him up.
Oh man.
Lock him up.
Oh, I already got that story. No need to link it. So not only is he associated with the early stages of microtransactions in gaming, it's deeper than rap, chat. You know who else was in them files? You know who else needs to be?
Lock him up.
Oh man.
Lock him up.
Ex-Rockstar North president Leslie Bensley accused of SA in the Epstein files. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Your beloved Grand Theft Auto is in them files. Now, granted, it's not the current CEO, it's the former one. But that being said, it did work for Rockstar. If you don't know who this guy is, he's the CEO of the current company. I think it's Rocket Boy Games or something like that. The makers of last year's biggest shitstorm, Mind's Eye, aka Pink Eye. Yeah, you remember in the Mind's Eye trailers when it said former Rockstar developers? This guy, he used to be the CEO of Rockstar. He left to form his own studio and made Mind's Eye. So, if it wasn't bad enough that he arguably released one of the worst games of all time and just ruined our fucking eyes with that bullshit known as Pink Eye, now the Epstein files are saying this nigga's a diddler. Yeah, it's deeper than rap. It's deeper. Don't be surprised if more shit comes out. And I feel like people are underreacting to this shit, man. I'm telling y'all, until we see billionaires jumping out of windows trying to absolve their shame, we ain't getting nowhere near the truth. I feel like it's gonna get darker. Yeah, I feel like we're on the surface level and the shit's gonna keep getting fucking worse. I knew Mind's Eye gave me Epstein vibes. Bro, it's crazy how many people is in them files. It's not. It's really not. It's kind of just, you remember back in the, if you're older, like me, I'm 35. If you remember back in the early 2010s of YouTube, when them Illuminati videos started coming out, y'all remember that? I remember it was like 1 week where like I watched every Illuminati secret society video on YouTube, the lights off, scary as hell, but noise, man, ooh, what the hell was that? That shit might end up, which by the way, I've never been suicidal, but that shit might be. Because judging by these files, there's some crazy shit going on, and it's starting to look like I'm starting to side eye a lot of people. I've said it on this stream as somebody who lives in Hollywood. Do not get it twisted. You can make money in Hollywood, in the entertainment industry. But if you want to get to a certain level, it always felt like since I got here, got to be a little bit weird. Gotta be a little bit weird. Demonic shit. You can make a few 100,000. You can make the low millions. Being 100% honest, doing nothing weird, just networking. But when you get to a certain level, it does feel like girl says hi. Oh, what up, girl? I see you in the chat. I see you. What up? What up? What up? Oh, I didn't even peep. Oh, I appreciate you with the raid. Oh, my bad. Yo, we going into whole conspiracy. Hey, you guys are coming in at a weird time. We're talking conspiracy theories right now. So this is probably a weird first impression. We're talking about the Epstein files and some gaming related stuff that was in the Epstein files and Hollywood. I've always felt like that since I've been here. It is weird. It's fucking weird, man. I'm side-eye. I've always felt like specifically, because I personally think, I really appreciate the raid, by the way. Welcome to the stream, y'all. I always spend the first couple hours of my stream talking about gaming news. I always felt like, I'm not gonna say no names, but as somebody who's been in this gaming space for 18 years, you can track my career and it's been very organic. It's always been a natural, just kind of slow upward, but there have always been certain people, even in the streaming industry, because I think this cabal is not just music, TV, movies, and video games. I think some of it is I think the streaming shit has been infiltrated too. I've always felt like, because I always look at things from the standpoint of, I try not to be a hater. I'll be like, okay, I don't like this. This is not my demographic, but I understand and I can also trace your story. But then I look at other people and I'll be like, where did you come from? Where did you come from? I don't know, man. I'm so glad you said it. You right. Never been suicidal. I'm gonna keep saying that. I've been said that since I've been streaming. We're gonna keep an eye on this, but I'll say this at the very minimum. Do not be surprised if more gaming CEOs come out and they're in these files, and I feel like people are not mad enough. I'm trying to figure out what's gonna make people angry. People are getting shot in the streets. Diddlers are getting exposed in the paperwork, and people are just going to work. America, world, wake up. Yo, shout out to Watts with the big raid as well. We getting lots of love too. We go a little bit more in depth in this in the latest podcast. I run a podcast, Gaming Illuminati, youtube.com/GI updates. Available on Amazon, Spotify, all that bullshit. I'm getting all my coworkers and neighbors mad. I'm constantly informing them. It's time to wake up. You cannot be asleep. So that's on the heavier note. I swear, for the people who are new in here, we don't always talk about shit this damn heavy. That's more on the heavier note. On a more lighthearted note, just wanted to keep you guys updated on what's going on in the world. Feel free to, you can download the files and read them yourself if you want. On a more lighthearted note, it would seem that the community seems to really enjoy the 5v5 mode that was implemented late last year in High Guard, and they've decided to make it a permanent mode. W, devs in the chat. When I played this last week, the 5v5 mode, I think they peaked at like 15,000 that night, which is good because at its low, I think its lowest, it was at like 4,000 or 5,000. And then the other night when I checked, it was like at 11,000. So it seems like they're fighting back. It's trending upwards. There's hope for it. I'm not saying this game's going to be the next big thing, but I will commend them for trying. They're taking feedback. 5v5 is cool, but in my opinion, it's a little too chaotic. I think that they should try 4v4. I think that might be the sweet spot because I don't think the bases, the raids are really built for the 5v5. In the open field, it's fine, but the raiding section, it feels like it's a little bit too much. Cat Williams did say a lot of people are gonna get exposed. He did say it. So if you have any interest in High Guard, it's free to play. They did add the 5v5 mode. It's permanent. It originally was just an experimental test mode. It's now staying in the game, and I hope they continue to experiment. I think this game really would have benefited from them doing a beta and getting feedback beforehand. But hey, you fucked up. You're here now. At least they're trying to fix it. They're taking the route of we're building the plane as we fly it. We'll see if they'll be able to land it. I agree, 4v4 would be nice. Yeah, I feel like in 5v5, sometimes you get shredded way too quickly. Like some of the maps are just not. Need to fix that intro screen though. It's looking rough. That's like a small thing. Like they need to focus more on the gameplay, optimization, the quality of life features. That's something small that they can fix later. That's not a big deal. Like I promise you, an intro screen is not going to make or break whether or not somebody plays it. It's about the game. More High Guard news. High Guard devs say it doesn't matter if the game reaches 1,000 or 100 million people. Chad Grenier, the studio head at Wildlife Entertainment and the director of the free-to-play raid shooter High Guard, has says it doesn't matter how many people play the game. Speaking of Polygon, Grenier said, whether it gets 1,000 people or 100 million people, it doesn't matter. What matters most is that the game is loved by people who played it. He added that his hope is that High Guard becomes a game that people love and become a part of them. And then they go on to say High Guard launched in late January and reached nearly 100,000 peak concurrent players on Steam before eventually dropping off. Blah 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 blah. I gotta call cap on this. You know, I'm rooting for the devs. I do like the game, but it does need some adjustments, and I gotta call cap on this statement. I no doubt in my mind he's not lying when he says he just wants people to enjoy the game. But the reality is that I got to go to the High Guard event. I got to see what I'm assuming is their studio. Well, no, it might not have been their studio. It might have just been like a area they rented out to show off the game. At bare minimum, I saw a lot of devs there. You have a lot of employees. So the sentiment is it's nice, but the reality is that you do got a lot of mouths to feed. This game's got to stabilize and they got to find a way to generate some money. You can't keep the lights on for no reason, especially because I think Nexon is publishing it. Let me see. High Guard publisher. Who's publishing High Guard? Oh no, it's 100%. I don't know why I thought Nexon was publishing it. Oh yeah, I'd argue that's even, because if you had a publisher, you got to adhere to the board. But nah, it's 100% self-published. You're 100% self-funded. Oh yeah, you got to generate some money. Absolutely. I think, and to be fair to the game, I do call cap on this statement, but a game doesn't need to have hundreds of thousands or even millions of players to sustain itself, right? I think this game would be okay if it had like 20,000 to like 50,000 concurrent players and everybody in the community is buying a dedicated, like a core fan base, and everybody in the community, at least half of them are buying the battle pass or like some skins or some shit like that. Like we talked about this on the podcast a little bit. I hate the discourse around gaming where people feel like, oh, because a game only has like 20,000 players that it's shit and it's dead. Like, no, you could still eat off of that if you're making the product that, because let me explain something to y'all when it comes to business. When it comes to business, you would rather have 10,000 customers who are loyal and frequently shop with you over 1 million casual customers who come in every once in a while. I promise you would. That's why some influencers look stupid, because they have millions of fucking followers, but they can't sell a t-shirt. Yeah, I said it. You can build that. A music example of this would be, I always bring up Logic. People love to make fun of Logic, which, by the way, his first 3 albums were great. And then after that, he became corny. The current version of Logic, I think he's corny. But I would never say his career is dead, because Logic has a core fan base of like a few thousand people. And whenever he puts out a t-shirt, an album, a vinyl, whatever, a hat, the motherfuckers buy it. They buy it. And that's all that matters when it comes to sustaining yourself, especially because you're independent. You need even less sales when you're independent. So like, no, this game could be fine if it's sustained with like 20,000 plus people, but they got to put in the work. And I also got to call cap on the part of the quote where he says, I don't care if 1,000 or 100 million, get the fuck out of here. You mean to tell me somebody who worked hundreds of thousands of hours on a video game, you wouldn't prefer having 100 million people play it? Get the fuck out of here. Did you know he's biracial? Shout out to Biracial Bobby, bro. Under Pressure is a great album. I want the vinyl for the space one. I think was it the greatest story ever told or something like that? I got to get the vinyl for that one. I love the artwork for it. Under Pressure is a great album too. The final average is 15,000 on Steam, and that's considered a success to so many people. Thank you. And that's what we were talking about on the podcast. One of the worst trends to happen in gaming discourse is people going to SteamDB and taking a screenshot of the player count to push some type of agenda. It gets to a point where it's like, I seen an account post this. It was like 9 a.m. in the morning, and they posted the player count of High Guard. And mind you, the tweet was like 3-4 hours old. So you got up at like 4, 5, 6 in the morning when a game is at its lowest level of players to take a screenshot. What do you gain from that? Well, I know what you gain from that. It's the gaming version of political grifting. It's gaming grifting, right? When Elon enabled payments on Twitter, oh my fucking God. Because now people are doing whatever they can to go viral. Despite, I seen someone post at like 4 a.m. Yeah, he woke up at 4 a.m. to take a screenshot of the player count. Is it funny sometimes? Sure. But I feel like it's getting out of hand. I feel like it's gotten out of hand, because I think it was Ethos who said on the podcast, at the end of the day, for you, the consumer, how many people playing the game is irrelevant outside of maybe fighting games. The only thing that should matter is if the game is fun or not, and that you enjoy that. That's the only thing that should matter. How many people playing does not indicate the quality of the game. Especially in this era where there's more competition than ever. There's more competition than ever. There's a lack of advertising. But I also got to call cap on this. You guys do want more players. Don't do that. Why else are you dropping up? If you don't care, this is why I got to call cap on it. If you don't care whether 1,000 or 100 million people play, I got to challenge the developers. Don't ever release another update. Leave the game the way it is. If that's what you really feel, that's why I got to call cap on this shit. Just keep your head down, quit talking to the press, and try to improve the game. And hopefully you can build a core audience. Wait, did you actually know their time zone? They could have been in a different time zone. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But with this account, they're known for grifting. So like they have agendas they're trying to push. This I'm not gonna state it. They ain't gonna cloud off. High Guard's Rocky release proves that Steam reviews aren't fit for its purpose. This is something that I swear to, I don't know if this dude listened to the podcast that we dropped this morning, but this is what we were talking about on the podcast too. They need to update the Steam reviews and how they work, because I disagree. If they don't improve the game, won't they also lose their core audience? That's literally what I said. Literally what I said. I said I called cap. That's literally. Are you listening? Anyways, yeah, on the podcast we dropped this morning, we literally were talking about this shit. They need to find a way to update the reviews, because when this game came out, within 10 minutes it had 3,000 negative reviews. The tutorial was like 15 minutes. You didn't even play the fucking game. You say YouTube. I'm not gonna lie to YouTube chat, man. Y'all not beating the allegations. I bet Steam addresses reviews in some type of way before the end of the year. It has a problem. It's been a problem for a minute. Yeah, it's been a problem. Yeah, to be fair, we've seen it with other games. It's been a problem for a while. High Guard's better than you expect, given the Steam ratings. It's launched to a barrage of bad reviews, averaging extremely negative within minutes of Valve's storefront, despite it being impossible for anyone to have played enough to come to a genuine conclusion in the seconds since it launched. Exactly what I'm saying. Shout out to EJ with the gifted subs. The average rose only mostly to negative the next day and is now settled at mixed. It's almost like if you play the game and form an opinion, it might actually change. Any optimization-based review should require you to post your specs. That's valid. I fuck with that. That's valid. That's valid, because you'll have people running around talking about, oh, the game's not optimized, but then they got a fucking, they don't even got an RTX. They got a 1080. They got a 1080 from fucking 2010 with 8 gigabytes of RAM. I think that's a valid point. You should have to, I feel like if you don't have the 30 series or up right now, your opinion on optimization in PC gaming is fucking irrelevant. I can't speak on console, because every console is the same. But when it comes to PC gaming, if you don't have the 30 series or newer, you shouldn't be allowed to talk about optimization, because your PC ain't even up to date. So that actually might be a good fix. Yo, shout out to Mexican Hustler with the gifted sub. Maybe like when somebody posts a review, it puts in bright red what their specs are, basically. Screenshot the specs, because you can lie about it. That's what I'm saying. Like maybe make it to where like they change the rules on Steam. You have to agree to show your specs. So when you write a review, your specs are displayed so people know. Because don't get me wrong, I do think the game does have optimization issues, but personally, I haven't ran into them. Yo, shout out to Airborne with the $10 super chat. He said, thank you. Interactive turn-based is a must for any game in the genre moving forward. Spring Meadows theme had me in heaven too. I don't think it's a must, but if you like it, we love it. We love it. I can't run Marvel Rivals at 4K 60 FPS on my PS4. Exactly. You got people being disingenuous. I'm not gonna read the rest of it because it just changed the art. So I think that's a good suggestion. They should find a way to where people have to share their specs if you're gonna talk about the optimization. I was suggesting on the podcast, because you can review a game, you can return a game as long as you don't have more than 2 hours. I feel like maybe they should change the rule. You should have at least 2 hours on the game before you're allowed to leave a review. Because 10 minutes is not 10 minutes is booting up the game and not even finishing the fucking tutorial. Optimization issues are from the CPU performance. Currently, you need the best CPU to hold 120 frames per second. Okay. The system requirements want a 2080 and a 3600. It should definitely be optimized for older hardware. Yeah, and this one I can't give it a pass because this game is not even like, I'm speaking as a whole. This game I can't give a pass because it's not the most graphically intensive. This game should be optimized. I don't know what happened with that. And to be fair, This is why you always got to take it with a grain of salt when it comes to these like preview events. I got to play the game early. What we played at the event, it ran well. But I think we were playing on Alienware PCs. They were super high end, had all the best specs. So it's kind of hard to give an opinion on optimization. That's why you should always take preview events with like a grain of salt, I think. I always try to say, hey, we played a vertical slice. It might be different. Matter of fact, I did say I ran into some lag issues at the event. So servers, and I was concerned about that because I'm like, we're at a closed event where only us are on the servers and I lagged a couple times. What's going to happen when everybody gets on it? And people ran it. So I ended up predicting that shit correctly. Shout out to I feel like some people would generally just leave the game on for 2 hours just to get past that barrier. Damn, do we use time and achievements? That's fair. You're right. If somebody's, I do feel like it would nullify a lot, but you're right. If somebody's really dedicated to the hate, which a lot of people are, that is a workaround. Just leave the game on for 2 hours and then leave a review. Can I just state that, like, it's sad that we're even having this conversation? What's going on? Y'all okay, chat? What's going on, world? Like, and this is why I think this shit is deeper than this fucking game. I think the world is on fire right now, and a lot of people are just projecting it onto shit that doesn't really matter, like video games. Because, like, the hating is getting to a really weird level. There's a tutorial achievement in High Guard, and 25% didn't get it. That's a fair. Maybe every game needs to have like a tutorial achievement. So if you don't get that tutorial achievement, we know you didn't even make it past the tutorial. That might be a workaround. Every game gonna have to put a tutorial achievement in. No, I'm stressed all the time. And that's what I'm saying. I think people are stressed by the economy, the current political hellscape that we're living in. You might have some personal things going on. Maybe somebody in your life passed away, whether it's your pet, significant other, or like a family member. And it's like a culmination of toxicity. And I feel like people are projecting that onto things and they don't realize it. It's like, it's the saying, misery loves company. I think it is something a little bit deeper going, because I'm like, bruh, getting a little weird now. Been playing for the past 2 days and I've been having fun. Got steamrolled twice, but I'm still having fun. True. That's exactly what's happening. Everyone's projecting their problems into everything. Yeah, the chronically online shit is unfortunate. For real, hold on to your joy, chat. Find something that makes you smile. Glass half full. That's the way I try to approach the world. Like, you know, I can recognize there's a lot of bullshit on, but I always try to be, at least I got a roof over my head type shit. You could be like, at least I got a job. You always got to find the positive in something, because if you latch onto that negative too much, it's literally like the Venom symbiote. That shit will take you over. You can acknowledge what's going on in the world without letting it become your personality. Shout out to Space Cowboy with the super chat. Low IQ people are mad about the frictional characters, also referring to the Odyssey movie. Wait, what are you talking about? Because it's a kart racer for $70. Damn, let me read the article, nigga. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds fails to meet Sega's expectations. Uh-oh. Looks like the Sonic Cross World Racing is not gotta go fast off the store shelves. Sega has released its latest financial report confirming that despite strong critical reception, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds has failed to meet the company's expectations. The quote from Koichi Fukazawa, a director on the board and senior executive vice president, can be found on the PDF presentation from the Q2 financial release. He details an objective to sell a further of 1 million copies of the game over the next fiscal year, which he hopes will bolster by the ongoing release of downloadable content. So he's hoping DLC will save it. Now, I like to talk about Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. It has received high ratings, scoring over 80 on Metacritic and earning an overwhelmingly positive rating on Steam's customer reviews. We recently announced that worldwide cumulative sales have surpassed 1 million units. However, initial performance did not meet our expectations, and we are aiming to sell approximately another 1 million units within the next fiscal year. We aim to sustain long-term sales by encouraging players to enjoy the game over time through the continued support of the title, including ongoing release of the additional downloadable content. I'm not gonna lie, hey, Sonic fans, I'm disappointed in y'all. Y'all gotta go fast ass niggas is not buying no games. What's going on, you fucking frauds? Y'all be on the internet defending Sonic and Shadow and Amy and Cream and the Chaotix crew from every piece of slander. But let me find out when it comes to actually buying the games and playing them.
Man, I'm gonna play this off stream, man. We're gonna finish this mission up off stream.
Because this is actually pretty shocking to read. I don't think this would have been the best-selling game, period, because like somebody said in the chat, it is a $70 kart racer. That's a more niche type of game, which doesn't have a lot of replayability unless you really love kart racing. I feel like prime kart racing games is back in the day when there was no online play and you were with friends. So then if somebody was cheating, you could fucking fight them in real life. But online kart racing doesn't hit the same versus when I was a kid in the 2000s and the 90s. And, you know, you would spend the night over a friend's house and get into it if a nigga hit you with a blue shell last second. You can't fight them online. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could strangle a nigga over the internet, but you can't. That's beside the point, though. I think the fact that they said they've surpassed 1 million units, but they don't specify, that says to me this game probably sold 1.2, 1.5 million units. We know it's not 2. We know it's not 2. So I have a feeling this probably only sold like 1.5 million copies, which is actually pretty crazy to see. I thought Sonic fans would come out and support the thing. I also think it didn't help. This game came out in a stacked year. I mean, in a year with Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Hades 2, Ghost of Yote, Ninja Gaiden 4. I'm not gonna lie. You kind of released this game at the wrong time. Yeah, Dispatch. Another Mario Kart game came out. The Switch 2 came out if you want to count the hardware. 2025 was a rough year, was very competitive. And if you can only afford 1 to 3 games a year, which is what analysts say the average person is buying, unfortunately, I would chalk this up to got to catch it on a Steam sale. I think it'll be okay in the long run. I think it'll probably generate some sales when the Steam sales come around. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's crazy because it wasn't a bad game at all. This proves my point that like when people say gaming is dead, that's bullshit. We are seeing more games than ever financially fail. I feel like when I was a kid, games used to financially fail primarily because they fucking suck. But we are seeing more games than ever financially fail because the competition is that stiff. There's new games releasing every day on Xbox. Well, not Xbox, but there are more games than ever releasing daily on PlayStation, Steam, and the Switch 2. And then on top of that, a lot of these games don't have budgets to advertise. Some stuff is unfortunately gonna get lost in translation. And I think that's what Xbox gonna have bangers this year, to be fair. To be fair, Xbox gonna have bangers this year, but last year y'all released that Hellblade 2. What the hell was that? So in the long run, keep fighting the good fight, Sega. You guys will be all right. You guys will be all right. It is. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. The best thing you can do if you are, I can't speak for console, but if you are a PC gamer, build up that Steam wish list. For those unaware, the Steam wish list is not just about pre-ordering. It also notifies you whenever a game goes on sale. That's how I use it. I don't pre-order digital games. Digital games are not fucking running out. Whenever I'm interested in a game, but I don't want to pay $70 for it, I add it to the Steam wish list. And when it goes on sale, you will get an email. Hey, the game's 50% off. Hey, we're having a Steam summer sale. The game is, 75% off. Utilize that Steam wish list, man. Game Pass did me so wrong. Now I just have my Xbox. Game Pass, $30 a month. They lost their fucking mind, bro. Yep, straight to email. It is a really good tool. In anime news, I know it's not gaming related, but anime news, gaming adjacent, because you guys are fucking nerds. Crunchyroll is raising the price of their service. And this is very interesting because they announced it. I saw it on Twitter. They announced it, and they didn't announce it. And then it was like, all right, we're going to do this in 6 months or a year from now. They announced it and they said next billing period, we're going to charge you more. And we don't give a fuck what you think. Matter of fact,
like, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
That's what they said. Bad news for anime fans. Popular streaming service Crunchyroll has announced another price increase across all of its tiers, including its cheapest fan tier. Subscribers will have to pay between $12 and $24 extra a year starting next month. Just one of many services that's getting more and more expensive. So now it was $8, it's going to $9. $12 is going to $14. And then 16 is going to 18. And if you wonder why, ladies and gentlemen, people are selling the 7 Cs like Luffy, joining the Straw Hat Gang, trying to find One Piece, this is why. Matter of fact, remember earlier in the stream when I mentioned how I feel like gaming discourse has gotten really weird, and I feel like because the economy is not in a good place, the world is politically on fire, people, and then you might have personal things going on, people are taking that negative energy and putting it into, you know, grifting about video games and shit. This is an example of the economy aspect. Everybody's got a streaming service, and every year they raise the price, and every year I don't pay for none of it, nigga. But I do watch. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me how. I'm on my friend's account. It's not talking about politics. This is real life shit, bruh. This is real life shit. This is why monopolies are bad. Yeah. This is why we don't want Netflix to buy Warner Bros. It's gonna get worse. They're going. I've been said that months ago when it was first announced that it was gonna happen. I said, watch what they're gonna do. Because I can't stress enough. Netflix's decision to buy Warner Bros. Is their personal decision. I have nothing to do with that, and I honestly don't give a fuck. But what they're gonna do is they're gonna say, hey man, we just spent billions upon billions of dollars, and we're gonna need to recoup it, so nigga, you gotta pay. Bro, I do not want to watch fucking Animaniacs that bad. I like it, but I find it on YouTube or some shit. Like, I do not want to watch Austin Powers that damn bad. Yo, shout out to Lil Host with the sub, appreciate it. And shout out to Timbo with the $5 super chat. Off topic a little bit, but did you see you can march with civil rights activists? And yeah, I got that saved. We're gonna get to that in the next batch of articles. Let's move on to that. We can use that as a I think it's towards the end of this batch of articles. Here's what I got. This video came across my For You page. It's from a content creator. And they were talking about how a psychologist explained why 90s kids think differently than Gen Z kids. I thought this was an interesting conversation, so I'm gonna let the video rock, and then we're gonna talk about it.
Explained why 90s kids think differently than Gen Z. The games you played as a kid literally rewired your brain. Here's what changed. Okay. He said children in the 90s played games that forced the brain to fail and try again. Mario, Sonic, Prince of Persia. You had 3 lives, no saves, no hints. When you lost, you learned patience, planning, and frustration tolerance. Today, many games guide kids step by step.
Cheat codes.
Auto save every 10 seconds and remove real challenge. Tetris, Doom, Quake, Zelda. You had no map, no path arrows. You remembered layouts, patterns, secrets. Scientists now show that these games strengthen the hippocampus, the part of the brain for memory and navigation. Modern games often give glowing lines, GPS arrows, voice assistance. Kids follow instruction instead of figuring out.
What up? I wanted to know if you knew the creator. Oh no, it's Alex. He took a few jabs at you. Nah, I don't know who that is. You're allowed to dislike me. I don't care. A lot of people don't like me. And here I am 18 years later. Let's see if they're here in 18 years. You're allowed to dislike me. It don't bother me. What was I about to say? All right, let's get back to this shit though. He fuck with you, just said some of your takes are spotty. Oh, that's fair. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. Hey, my main thing has always been like, just don't call me out my fucking name. Don't be calling me like a bitch or some shit like that. You want to talk crazy, we can talk crazy. But like, if somebody disagree with me, that's cool. That shouldn't bother me. We allowed to have different opinions. Different people have different thought processes, and that's what makes the world beautiful. Just keep the conversation cute is all I ask. And keep in mind, like, never forget we talk about video games. That's all what I always. Like, nah, shout out to him. He allowed to disagree with me. I don't give a fuck. What was I about to say? So let's go back to what she was saying in this video. I completely agree with this shit. This is factual. I think this is the video game equivalent of basically everybody gets a trophy. That's something that we've seen in the real world. Over the last 20 years, I've watched it as I've gotten older. Like, matter of fact, a great example is like I saw a video of a teacher saying that like they don't even fail students anymore. Like, you have to pass them because the parents like bitch and moan and all that shit. And they don't want to get into it, so students just get passed, and that's how you end up with grown ass adults who don't know how to fucking read. So shout out to Kai Cenat, who brought reading back. Nobody was reading before him. So like I think this is like the video game equivalent. This is like the video game equivalent of that. It makes total sense. Older games were harder. That's not what I feel. That's not any before you. If you feel like you about to get in your feelings, relax, breathe. That is a fucking fact. As somebody who's lived through every era of video games, except for the old nigga era with the ColecoVision and the Atari, that was Flock and Siggy and shit and my parents. But my first console was the original NES, which came out in '89. I was born in '90. And from then, I've tried out I've either owned or tried out every console, and then I got into PC gaming. As someone who's watched the industry literally evolve, without a doubt, gaming has gotten easier as a whole. Now, are there exceptions? Sure. Souls games are hard. Silk Song is a game that came out last year, a Metroidvania. It's hard. But as a whole, gaming has gotten easier. Those are anomalies, man. Even like a matter of fact, I can use Call of Duty as a great example. A lot of y'all aren't old enough to remember the old Call of Duty. In the old Call of Duties, you used to have to pick up med packs off the wall. Not only did you have to navigate the level, but you had to pick up med packs off the wall or you wouldn't heal. I don't think it was until maybe like Modern Warfare, the original one. I could be wrong. I think that was the one when they introduced auto healing. Okay, so so like Call of Duty used to be a lot harder. Imagine playing the hardest difficulty, veteran, with no fucking auto healing, bruh. You got games like Battletoads. And also, to be fair, to add context too, some games were harder for the simple fact they had to be harder. Because a lot of you might not notice, but a lot of older games, there was no save file. Not only was there no auto, but there was no save. And it was because there was no memory on the cartridge. There wasn't enough memory. So a lot of times what you had to do is you either had to beat the game in one go, or a lot of games later would implement a password system. So let's say a game has 10 levels and you made it to level 3 and then you died, it would give you a password. You would have to like write it down and then you enter the password on your next run. So then you start at like level 3. So like there was some of that, but overall games are still harder because they didn't hold your hand. To the point where like, there's been a few times where I played some retro games on stream, and I thought to myself, I was like, yo, is this game, like Jak 2 is the first one that comes to mind. Oh, the big yawn, you speaking? I heard you. What's up, dude? I don't know if y'all heard that. He said, oh, nigga said, talk to me. I wish I could get a bag of chips. Jak 2 is a game that comes to mind off rip, bruh. I remember when I streamed that years ago. And I remember thinking to myself, I was like, did I get worse at games or is this shit hard as fuck? That one mission in the water area where all the soldiers are coming, that shit made me lose it, bro. I was like, how the fuck did I beat this as a fucking kid, man? So I think it's because developers just expected you to overcome it. Nowadays, I think one of the reasons why games are much easier, to be fair to Gen Z, because like, I do think a lot of you niggas are stupid. And don't say you're not, because you guys used to eat Tide Pods. Yeah, we didn't forget. You're the Dax. Oh shit. Besides wearing our old clothes, because I'm a millennial, wearing our old clothes and listening to our old music and using the Y2K aesthetic trying to be us, that's what you guys are known for, eating Tide Pods. I think, to be fair also to Gen Z, one of the reasons why games got easier is not just that like more people are illiterate, but also I think it has more to do with greed and money. Now you can buy your way to a win. I don't think that has anything to do with trying to hold the player's hand. And it has everything to do with the corporation just wants to fucking make money, unfortunately. You know, back in the day, you bought the game and they just hoped that they generated more sales off of word of mouth and advertisements. Now, like, they want you to buy the game, the microtransactions, and X, Y, and Z. A lot of it is artificially difficult because of poor design. Some of it, yeah, I said that earlier. Some of it is artificial, but then other stuff isn't. One thing I will agree with this video is, like, I don't think it was artificial difficulty that older games were harder to navigate. I think that was more of they expected the player to learn and adapt. Versus now, I mean, High Guard's a great example. High Guard is a great example. You got a lot of people that didn't even make it out of the tutorial. They like, yo, TikTok has. We're gonna have a conversation about this 20 years. TikTok has fucked up a lot of y'all brain, unfortunately. If a lot of y'all cannot even watch a video without it having Subway Surfers on it. And if it don't, what I'm saying, if it don't apply, let it fly. But there's a reason why that format has become popular. You become so overstimulated. A lot of you grew up with iPads, like you feel like you need these things to function. So like it's hard to even get through a tutorial where you got to listen and learn the mechanic. You didn't even give the game a chance. This shit's boring. Is it boring, or do you have a low attention span? Yeah, I seen the Epstein stuff with the microtransactions. We already talked about that. Are WWE 2K players in the same boat as ball and gun gamers? I don't really have an opinion on WWE gamers. I don't really think about them too much. Because if you do, then you got to think about niggas diapers with baby oil. And that's not really something I want to think about. But they're doing something. They're doing something. That's beside the point, though. Them niggas said, "Oh, we about to get on an island butt ass naked and wrestle each other." I don't know, man. That new WWE mode sounds a little Epstein-y. I don't really fuck with that shit. People like DSP are the reason why games need to tell the player how to solve something instead of trusting the player to figure it out. But I feel like when you hold people's hands too much, then people start to regress. Like, part of being an artist is just having to accept that not everybody's going to understand your painting. And I feel like, unfortunately, a lot of game design nowadays is designed around the concept of, it should be designed around the concept of a picture's worth 1,000 words, but now they're designing it around the concept of this picture's worth 25 words. And if you figure out these 25 words, you learn to enunciate them and use them in conversation, you can have fun too. And I prefer the older style, like somewhere in the middle, actually. Somewhere in the don't throw shade on us. We don't want it, TBH. Yo, y'all did that. Y'all did that. We're not gonna slide past. That's why a lot of y'all in the chat are laughing, because some of y'all probably forgot that. I didn't forget, because when y'all motherfuckers was eating Tide Pods, I was an adult, okay? I'm 35 years old. So I was either in my I was probably mid-20s when that became a trend. Motherfuckers was eating Tide Pods and doing devious licks. You mean robbing people? Because that's what it is. Yeah, we ain't gonna forget. We owe y'all ass. It ain't funny now y'all 30, getting to your 30s damn near. But yeah, I kind of halfway agree with this. I think it's an interesting conversation, but it doesn't really amount to anything. We just shooting, having fun. I knew better than to try them shits out. Y'all was choking on. I forgot about that. The cinnamon challenge. Yeah, y'all was deep throating Tide Pods and cinnamon. Man, give it up for Gen Z, man. Did anybody in the chat who's Gen Z, did you deep throat cinnamon and a Tide Pod at the same time? A cinnamon coated Tide Pod? Did y'all do that? Shout out to y'all, man. Keep fighting a good fight. Other news. We got a new Resident Evil trailer. It's like a live action one. I don't know if this is 3 minutes. 3 minutes of no gameplay. Let's check it out. Fuck it. We ain't got nothing else to watch. He said ain't no way.
Like this. I used to think we were lucky.
Some people still got the burn from the ice bucket challenge. To be fair with the ice bucket challenge, that was a millennial thing. I remember that. To be fair with the ice bucket challenge, wasn't that to bring awareness to a disease, from my understanding? From my understanding, that's what it was about. It was for a good cause. Yeah, ALS or whatever it's called. Yeah. So like there was a purpose behind it. Y'all were just eating Tide Pods, so it's not the same thing. So it was for a good cause. Also, with the ice bucket challenge, it didn't really harm anybody. It just made you cold. You put on a towel, take a hot shower, like you'll be okay. It didn't really harm anybody. So that's not comparing. It's not the same. Y'all was eating. It is what it is, man. That's y'all legacy. Y'all was eating Tide Pods. I'm trying to compare that. I remember I got a lot of hate because I didn't do that shit like back in the day. I remember I got challenged a couple of times by some users that that shit. And I was like, I'm not pouring up. I still support you.
I thought we had it all.
What the hell?
A simple house. Good life.
Great challenge was peak stupidity. Y'all was iPods, cinnamon, and I forgot about y'all was doing that crate challenge. Damn.
Sunday morning.
That crate challenge was busting a lot of heads.
Afternoons at the park.
The gentrified Harlem Shake.
Story time.
That's the legacy.
It was our perfect little world.
And then the zombies attacked.
Then it started. First the sirens.
Cinnamon challenge was y'all
Then
shit.
the
Don't put that on.
emergency
No. Look at here we go into revisiting. Yo, millennials were not doing the cinnamon challenge. No, that is on y'all. It is. Yes, we're going to put it on you. My age bracket was not doing the cinnamon challenge.
Yes.
Fuck out of here, bro.
Due to the
Hell nah.
outbreak, you were advised to take shelter at the Raccoon City Police Station. Food and medical supplies will be provided to everyone in need.
And the screams.
Yo, shout out to Plump with the sub. Appreciate it.
And then silence. And I learned something I never wanted to know. How fast everything you love can go
Said my
away.
generation was bang on people's doors and run off. Yeah, Ding Dong Ditch. Yeah, we used to play Ding Dong Ditch back in the day. That shit was fun. Whole head shit. This really is a Last of Us intro. I apologize. This serves no purpose, man. When does this game come out? This serves no purpose. I feel like this is a waste of money. Just show us some gameplay. Oh, it's at the end of the month. We still got time. Good. Some good news for Call of Duty. Call of Duty gets anti-cheat upgrades for Season 2 and Ranked Play. In a new blog post, the publisher says its top priority is launching Ranked Play with the strongest protections possible to ensure matches are decided by player skill and not exploits. Part of this is focusing on targeting unapproved third-party hardware, such as the Cronus, Zen, and the Matrix devices. Now, it only took for Black Ops 7 to fall out of best-selling games of the year for you guys to finally do it. But do you see what happens when you stop supporting things that you don't like? All of a sudden, Activision knows how to deal with the Chronos device. They figured out a way to stop the Zens, chat. Why did I bring this article up? Because personally, I don't give a fuck. I don't play Call of Duty. The reason I brought this shit up is to show you, 2K community, get off your knees. Stand up. Pick your crown up. Stop buying Ronnie 2K his fucking wigs. He's already got 20 in the closet. Every day he wakes up, opens the closet. Oh, the sun shines through the window. He says, which wig am I going to wear today? That nigga puts a lace front on with the pigtails and says, now how can I exploit my fan base? He's got enough. Stop buying the fucking VC. And maybe they'll do something about this. Yes, fuck Mike Wang and fuck Ronnie 2K on some real shit. Shout out to Flight, man. It's possible. Now, it's not going to 100% stop it, to be fair. I don't think you'll ever be able to 100% stop cheaters. But the point is they're making a valiant effort, which goes to show you it was always possible. But they only seemed to care when people didn't want to play Black Ops 7. Just some food for thought. Just some food for thought. COD is so sad these days, actually catering to their player base. Who would have thought? This isn't real. Twitch? Hello? What are you talking about, bro? You okay? Is Black Flame having like an acid trip or some shit like that? You good, bro? What else I got for you? Just a weirdo in the chat? Yeah, we're monitoring him. We're monitoring him. See if you need to send him to the 9 circles. And weird shit. A Star Wars Galactic Racer presents multiple expressions of speed through different vehicles, and pod racing hasn't been left behind. Find out what he said. He said he wants to be banned. What the fuck? I got you. You already on my nerves. Go to hell. Go to hell. gonna send you to all 9 circles. All right, anyways. The Game Awards 2025 gave us plenty of juicy reveals, but few were as surprising as Star Wars Galactic Racer. That was the pod racer, in case you guys forgot. A spiritual successor to source to the episode 1 racer and the overlooked Racer Revenge. It looked stunning, but fans had one fear following its reveal. There were no old school pod racers to be found in the trailer. While that last second Sebulba, however the fuck you announce that, tease already rekindled our hopes and dreams, Fuse Games CEO and co-founder Matt Webster has now confirmed pod racing will return alongside all sorts of other vehicles. You can't really make a Star Wars racing experience and not have pod racing, can you? The core fantasy of the game is becoming an elite racing pilot in the Galactic League, and pod racing is a pinnacle of speed and racing in the Star Wars galaxy, the Criterion vet told Games Radar following the exciting reveal. The question now is whether an older Sebulba, Anakin Skywalker's first nemesis, is the exception among a highly varied roster of racers, or he'll be joined by other known faces that we saw in the Phantom Menace's lengthy Boonta Eve classic scene. I don't, was Sebulba, was he the slave? He was Anakin's master, right? That big ass roach, that ugly ass nigga with the gonzo nose. That was, from what I remember, was that him? No, I don't remember. Who the fuck was this? I have not seen episode 1 since the early 2. I was literally a kid. Oh, I do remember him. I just didn't know his name. Okay, yeah, I remember him. He still looked like a fucking roach. Close enough. That's one of y'all mama. The question now is whether it's an older one. Anakin's first name is blah, 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 blah. Galactic Racer takes place after the fall of the Empire, so it's been decades since pod racing's glory days, but it's time to speak up. Ben Quadinaro stands. I don't even know who the fuck that is, bro. These fucking old ass Star Wars. What the fuck? I don't even know who this is. What we know for sure is that Fuse Games, they're trying too hard to be funny. Fuse Games was looking to reinvent Star Wars racing games without forgetting about their legacy. We wanted to do more to lean into multiple vehicle types and multiple expressions of speed to give players a breadth of experiences. Galactic Racer offers players the ability to pilot vehicles they know and love, alongside ones they won't have experienced before, across a range of solo and multiplayer modes. The mention of several solo and multiplayer modes is interesting here, as we'd only read about a unique runs-based story-driven campaign and regular PvP multiplayer via the materials released so far. As much as we'd love to know more, it's likely we won't be hearing from Fuse Games for a while, blah, 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 but it is supposed to come out later this year. That's good to know that it has a campaign, because I'm not going to lie, I was literally about to ask this before I read it. Does this have a single player story mode? Because if this doesn't have a story mode, I feel like the game is DOA. Like, first of all, pod racing is the early 2000s, like millennial and hardcore Star Wars fans, people who were born later and love Star Wars. But like, it's a very specific fandom within a certain fandom. Star Wars is mainstream, but I feel like pod racing is deep, if that makes sense. So I need a story mode like Diddy Kong Racing, because that's the greatest, and I repeat, greatest kart racer ever created. Such a shame Nintendo never made a sequel. It's like they're afraid of money. They rather do some open world bullshit with Mario Kart. The greatest story in any racing game is fucking Diddy Kong. That shit was fire. Especially with the boss fight at the end. I need a story like that, with real implications on the storyline and shit. But it's got potential. We'll be keeping an eye on it. We'll wait for the gameplay though. Side character after story of the character Tatooine sounds cool. Are there any good story-driven racing games? I haven't. Oh, Diddy Kong's Racing. Diddy Kong Racing. Crash Team Racing, you mean? Crash Team Racing, cool. But, Jack X surprisingly had a good story. I couldn't get into Jack X's gameplay, but I heard the story is fire. I couldn't get into the gameplay, and it was because it was a lot like Jack 3's Racing, because I mean that was what it was, basically a spinoff, and I wasn't a big fan of Jack 3 in the vehicle section. I feel like the vehicles were too floaty and hard to control. But if you like it, we love it. F-Zero. Oh yeah, F-Zero. Yeah, it's got a story. Falcon Punch. But Nintendo hasn't made an F-Zero, and so what is it with Nintendo? They're afraid to make games that people really want. Whether we're talking Star Fox, F-Zero, Diddy Kong Racing. No. Let's make the millionth fucking Mario game or some fucking Breath of the Wild DLC, because that is, and I repeat, that is what Tears of the Kingdom was. Whatever. Anyways, I'm crying that Donald Duck joint hard as fuck. Need for Speed, the Black Box series is a good story. I'll take it. Ubisoft fires developer who criticized the company's return to work mandate. Anime nerds got called out and are mad because some young character from Zenless Zone Zero got a skin with a short skirt riding up her ass and they like it. Are you saying like you're surprised that like the anime community is full of fucking pedophilia? What? Where you been at, nigga? There's a reason anime niggas get made fun of. They swear it's because they watch anime. Like I watch anime and nobody makes fun of me. Niggas don't shower. And then what I'm about to say, if it don't apply, let it fly. But you been to anime cons? Niggas don't shower. They like that lully shit. There's a certain sector within the anime community. That doesn't surprise me. Niggas is weird. Just gotta stay away from them. Yeah, tell us what we don't know. Them niggas probably play Pokemon too. They make us bad. Ubisoft's Montreal veteran David McCont, who most recently worked on Assassin's Creed Shadows, has confirmed that he was terminated by the company after a 13-year run. While Crump didn't disclose a reason for his dismissal, he spoke out against Ubisoft's return to work mandate in January. Today, I was terminated by Ubisoft effective immediately. He wrote on his LinkedIn account, "This was not my decision. I won't be discussing internal details or circumstances. I'm taking time to regroup and will share next steps when appropriate." Last week, he disclosed that he had been suspended for 3 days without pay. He added that Ubisoft told him that it was related to public comments I expressed regarding the company's return to office policy and based on alleged breach of duty of loyalty. They got a loyalty contract at Ubisoft? Who the fuck would ever be loyal to the company that made fucking Skull and Bones? Yeah, I seen they're putting Snake in Rainbow. I'm still not coming back, bro. Crump's comments earlier in January were critical of Ubisoft. Well, we've been over that. When reached out for comment by GameSpot, Ubisoft issued the following statement: "Sharing feedback or opinions respectfully does not lead to being fired. We have a clear code of conduct that outlines our shared expectations for working together safely and respectfully, which employees review and sign each year. When that is breached, our established procedures apply, including an escalation of measures depending on the nature, severity, and reputation of breach." Translation: you're allowed to give feedback to Ubisoft as long as it's positive. Corporate talk. Yeah, they fired him. Critical company. And I'm pretty sure he was aware it was going to happen because they just had a massive layoffs. So they were looking to lay off more people. I would say to this developer, if he ever sees this, you got to take it with a grain of salt and take it, glass half full. On one side, you lost a steady paycheck, but on the other side, you're creatively free. Remember, guys, Expedition 33 was made by former Ubisoft devs. Ubisoft could have had that in there. If Expedition 33 was published by Ubisoft, that would have reinvigorated Ubisoft's portfolio and they would have had a renaissance. But instead, they choose to keep making open world slop. They make Assassin's Creed. They make Assassin's Creed with drugs, aka Far Cry. They make Assassin's Creed with blue people. They make Assassin's Creed Star Wars Edition. They keep making these. Oh, and they make Assassin's Creed with hackers. They keep making the same fucking game with shit all over the fucking map. So to you, I would say, it sucks because you spent 13 years there, but you're free. Free all my niggas, man. Free all my niggas. You'll be all right. Take some time to regroup and think about it. Yeah, they would have destroyed. You're right. They would have destroyed the vision. You're right. Expedition 33 would have not been the same thing. It would have been shit all over the fucking map. Yo, shout out to Nightmare with the $5 super check. He said I'm a little late to the stream, but did you cover the whole Ashes of Creation scam debacle? Nah, I don't know what that is. What is that? Of Creation scam. Ashes of Creation is done. Steven resigned. All employees are let go. The YouTube video. Does it have an article? I don't even know what Ashes of Creation is. What is that? Oh, here we go. MMORPG Ashes of Creation suddenly implodes 52 days after Steam Early Access launch. Fantasy MMO Ashes of Creation is developed by Intrepid Studios. I've never even heard of it. What kind? Is this game? Was it good, chat? I don't even know what the fuck this is. When did this come out? I gotta watch a trailer real quick before we read the article. A rug pull MMO? A fake MMO. I don't know why that's funny, bro. A fake MMO is crazy. Oh shit. We spent millions of dollars to rug pull you niggas. This trailer's from 4 years ago. What the fuck? Early access trailer. Is 100% a rug pull?
Great empires flourished and spread across endless seas.
Been in development since 2017. Damn.
Your people.
What do you mean, you people?
Carved kingdoms from wilderness.
Right? What do you mean?
Perils
You
that
talking about the
lay
blacks?
between.
Black History Month? You people.
For at the heart of this
Aki said, you better be talking about the border collie.
world lays the essence, magic itself. But this wondrous age of discovery and purpose left few
2015, that's even
for
worse.
the horrors.
They made $3 million off the Kickstarter. Be honest, chat, be honest. Who in the chat donated to the we not I mean we gonna judge you, but we gonna act like just for the sake of the joke. We not gonna judge you. Who donated to the Kickstarter? Because what did I tell you bitch ass niggas about them Kickstarters? In 2026 and beyond, you better not donate to a single fucking Kickstarter. I don't care how good the game is. If the game is good, if the game is finished and it looks good, then buy it. That's how you help the developer. But there's no game on earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 10 commandments that I care about enough where I will fund it. I got burned not once, but twice by Kickstarter games. And I've said it on this stream for the last 10 years. I don't give a fuck what your story is. You decided to make that game, so you figure out how you gonna finish. Go call up some publisher and tell them front the bill. But it won't be me, nigga. It won't be me. Y'all better stop buying these. In this economy, y'all kickstarting games? This is crazy. Fuck a Kickstarter.
For the ancients showed no mercy. Survivors were advised to flee to the divine gates. An age passed before the gates reawakened.
So it has no gameplay. Is there any actual gameplay? Gameplay teaser. There's no game. What the freak? All right, well. Has suddenly imploded with several key members already resigned and mass layoffs incoming. The game's future seems dead. A few hours ago, people started noticing that many employees had changed their LinkedIn status to open for work, including Director of Communications and Marketing, Margaret Cron, who had hinted at the circumstance on LinkedIn. As of how this all ended, I don't really have the words. It wasn't what I expected, but I'm holding on to the good because there was so much of it. Kickstarter slop? Yeah, see, this is a fair case of where you can use the word slop because I feel like that shit gets thrown around too much, but this is Kickstarter slop. More information came to light when finally founder, CEO, and creative director Steven Sharif shared the following message on the official Ashes of Creation Discord. I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign and protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. Following my resignation, many of the senior leadership team resigned. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue WARN Act notices and proceed with a mass layoff. My question is, what are these ethical things that the board wanted to do that he didn't want? Maybe like the board said, hey, let's do a second Kickstarter and I need you guys to promote it. And he was like, nah. You think he's capping? I don't know anything about this story, so I'm just speculating. I'm letting that be known. I don't know shit about it. He is the board. Say it ain't so. He was the only dude on the board? Oh, shit.
Lock 'em up.
Oh, man.
Lock 'em up.
This nigga said, so I talked to the board, aka me, and I just couldn't ethically go through what I told myself. So I've decided to resign and resolve the game. Yo, is this Two-Face from Batman? This nigga got multiple personalities just talking to himself in a fucking closet. Such a bitch ass up, bruh. And this shit sucks because, like, jokes aside, people lose their jobs. if what y'all saying is true, this nigga's crazy. He's a fucking Batman villain, bro. Nigga in the closet with a burnt face and a fucking pistol talking about, oh, what should we do in our game? Our game? Our game? It's not our, it is our game. All right, bro. This nigga's the Moon Knight of fucking video games, bro. Shit is crazy. Oh shit. But he's not powered by the moon or Khonshu. Nigga's powered by the fucking L's. That's what he's powered by, the fucking loser. Originally announced in 2016. Wait. Shree says in the statement that the board made a decision that he did not feel comfortable carrying out. However, according to public reference from the state of California, the board includes, oh, you guys are right. It's right there. Yeah, that's okay. So wait, I'm gonna tell you what he did, right? It's somebody who owns an LLC. Like, it's all public information, right? I think he was banking on the fact that nobody would Google his fucking, whether it's an LLC or S Corp. He was probably banking on nobody looking it up. Like, nigga, you are the CEO. That's fucking funny. All right, well, since we confirmed it, because I wasn't 100%, yeah, it's fuck him. It's fuck him. He's a piece of shit. Originally announced in 2016, Ashes of Creation was funded on Kickstarter the following year, earning $3.2 million in pledges. Entrance Studios continued selling pre-release access to the game for a long time, and it did not take long for some users to warn that it could be a scam, especially because of the founders passing the shady world of multi-level marketing. Oh, so he was known for doing pyramid schemes, and y'all gave him money on Kickstarter? Chat, that's on y'all, because I didn't donate. I just found out about this game today. However, the development team posted regular updates and the game did, so they were playing a role. They were pretending like it was being made. Lock them up, bruh. I'm not gonna lie, yeah, you as the consumer, y'all kind of leaned into this shit. You know what's funny? A couple of years ago on the podcast, I did predict you will see a rise in video game scams. I don't feel like this was really a thing when I was a kid, because back then it wasn't as many publishers and developers, and like it wasn't as much competition. So like, just put your game out and go about your business. But nowadays, I think you're going to, in the next 10 years, I think you're going to see a lot more scam. Because what's the game that came out like a year or two ago? It was another fake ass game. That open world MMO that was like H1Z1, DayZ. Was it the day before? The shit before, I think. I think it was called the shit before. The Star Citizen sucks too, but I'm talking about the day before. That fake ass game. Yeah, I remember on the podcast when we were talking about that game, I said you're going to see a rise in video game scams in the next 10 years because, unfortunately, the blessing of video game tool. So like Unity is very cheap to use, and then Unreal Engine is completely free until you make X amount of dollars. Then you got to pay royalties, right? But because these tools to build these games are readily available for everybody, anybody can become a game dev tomorrow. Unfortunately, that means scammers are going to try to find a way to go on to the Unreal Engine store, download a few house and dinosaur assets, put a bad bitch with a fat ass in the game, some dinosaurs, give her a gun, and call it Code Violet. It's really that simple, because you can just download the assets, bro. Matter of fact, chat, tomorrow I might make Code Red. Like, so like the jokes aside, be aware of this stuff. You guys got to start reading, man. You got to start reading. Hey, I guarantee you, if the developers of Code Violet see this shit, they about to block me, and I'm here to let you know, nigga, we don't care. We wouldn't go buy your game anyway. But yeah, you gotta be started being more cognizant. Unfortunately, more access, the democratization of video game development you're going to see a rise in scams, and it's important for you and I to be vigilant and call it out. Shout out to y'all. I was unaware of this story. I'd never even heard of this game, and I sit on this stream and talk about video games all the fucking time. I'd never, and it's probably because there's no gameplay. That's why I never heard of it. I don't trust any studio that their first game is an MMO. No, that's facts. That's facts. I give you that. That is a good, if you're first, with the exception being, if it's a new studio made up of devs who worked on other big games, like let's say like some devs left Ubisoft and formed their own studio, and the first game they're making is an MMO and they got like Nexon to back it, like publish it, then I'll be like, that's a real game. But if it's an indie studio nobody heard of, Paul from Willacoochee, Georgia, opening up Willacoochee Games, and he's like, I'm making an MMO. I wouldn't trust that shit, bro. I wouldn't trust that shit. That is a good way of putting it. Welcome to Willacoochee Games. We're gonna be making Ford F-150 simulator. We're gonna do missions delivering Uber in the Ford F-150. We're gonna say racial. We're gonna do a mission where we do racial slurs on Twitter. I don't know what I'm talking about, chat. Sorry. Other news. Skyrim lead praises Todd Howard for trying desperately not to micromanage and be a bottleneck, even though he still does what he calls seaguling, where he swoops in and he changes things. Todd Howard is getting some praise. In a new interview with Pressbox PR, Bethesda veteran and Skyrim lead designer Bruce Nesmith has gone over his time at the studio addressing topics like why it wouldn't make sense to switch to the Unreal Engine. What is with Bethesda in this fucking 40-year-old engine that they're using? I don't get it, man.
Well, I make a new engine. We can just update it, put some glue and some fucking duct tape and a band-aid on it.
Anyways, one of the questions he asks is about the studio head Todd Howard and how the public perception of him differs from the man he worked with for decades. Well, you have to tell me what you think the public perception of him is, he says Nesmith. I've known the man for a long time. For me, to see the forest of trees is a little difficult. I can tell you candidly that when working at Bethesda up through the Skyrim days, Todd is probably one of the best bosses I've ever had. I can also tell you he's keenly aware of the fact that he's a bottleneck and he works his ass off not to do that. Unfortunately, he doesn't succeed very well. Nesmith is keen to emphasize that this isn't about mismanagement or something where he is being an org about it. It's part of the culture of the studio and that is extremely difficult to get away from because it's baked into how things are done, even though he tries desperately not to. He does what he calls seaguling, where he swoops in and changes things, and it still happens. Nesmith says that this has been seen in the context of Bethesda games, which are obviously large-scale projects within tons of moving parts. When you build games as big as Bethesda games, Todd was very good about saying, I care about this and that and this and this, and he spends a lot of time and attention on those things, says Nesmith. We're left to go on our own way. Not that he wouldn't come in and have to approve the work, but he would give a lot of leeway. I mean, he cut your check, so naturally, well, he was cutting your checks. Naturally, you're going to be a lot nicer to him. That being said, Todd Howard doesn't seem like a terrible person. From interviews I've seen, videos, he seems like a nice dude. You got to understand, the reason why people don't like him is he tends to overpromise and underdevelop. And if I had the clips on hand, I would show them, but I forgot to do it. But there's plenty of clips I'm sure you can find of him promising things, features that were going to come in a game. And then not only are they not in the game, he doesn't even address them. So understand that people don't dislike him because people think he's like a piece of shit and he's an asshole that's just on social media disparaging his fans. It's more so like he's got to learn to shut the fuck up, bro. Let the game speak for himself. Like Peter Milo. Yeah, like that Peter dude who did the Milo game. It's just he's got to stop overpromising. It's like I don't think he's a bad dude, to be fair to him. Fallout 76 glitches on launch. Yeah. I'd go as far as to say he says that he likes that they don't micromanage at Bethesda. I go as far as to say Todd needs to be micromanaging Bethesda at its current state. You guys released Redfall. You guys are going back to back on L's. You released Redfall, which was a piece of, and then you released Starfield afterward, which was the most painfully mid-space game that I've ever seen. I think what sucked about Starfield is it was a space game. In space, you're only limited by your imagination. And somehow, some way, Bethesda created the most uninspired space game that I've ever played. And it's really hard to play Starfield if you played Mass Effect. I feel like the only people who defend Starfield are people who never played Mass Effect. Then it might seem okay. It might seem okay. So I'm gonna need y'all to get it together, because your next big game is Blade. And I'm here to let you know, if you fuck up Blade, we're gonna riot. We already didn't get the Blade movie. They talking about putting them in some group movie. Fuck that. We wanted a solo. So when the game come out, it better be fucking good. But I would argue Bethesda these days needs to be micromanaged, because one of the biggest problems with Bethesda, besides Starfield being uninspired, their games are full of bugs and glitches. Notoriously, Bethesda's been known for letting their fans mod and fix their games. And maybe he needs to be a little bit more hands-on, because optimization has been the reoccurring theme. The two biggest reasons I believe people don't like Bethesda right now is the lack of optimization for their games and Todd Howard overpromising. You clean those things up, Bethesda be straight. Wait, Bethesda's making Blade? They are. Specifically, so they're publishing it. Specifically, Arcane is making it. So the team that made what's this? I always forget it. The shit with Corvo. God damn it. Corvo. Video game. Dishonored. I only ever, because his name always stood out to me. I thought it was really cool. I always remember Corvo, but I can't remember Dishonored for some reason. And I love these games. That's the crazy part. So yeah, Arcane, the team that made Dishonored, and then what was the Deathloop, the game with the black characters, they made Deathloop as well. Arcane is under the Bethesda umbrella. So Arcane's making it, but Todd, his hands will be on it. He'll be keeping his eye on it, basically. So the main thing I'd be worried about, because I do feel like Arcane is my favorite studio within the Bethesda umbrella. The main thing I'd be worried about with Blade is I'm worried, A, it's going to be uninspired, and then B, the optimization, because Arcane games, like other Bethesda games, they tend to launch on PC pretty shaky. When I say the uninspired part, specifically, I mean, as much as I love Dishonored, I do feel like Deathloop was Dishonored 2.5. I feel like they wanted to make another Dishonored game, and then halfway through development, they was like, what if we made Corvo black? Granted, it does have its own unique story with like time travel and shit, but the gameplay is identical in my opinion. And I just feel like at some point during Dishonored 3's development, they were like, man, let's make them black. And I was like, I think that's why Deathloop didn't resonate with me. I was like, I expected more from this. They also made Prey. I'll give you that. Prey was fire. I'll give you that. The recent one. You said, dang, you right? Like the teleport animation is literally Corvo. That shit is Dishonored with black people. But I don't feel like Deathloop's story resonated with me as well as Dishonored story. I need y'all to stick this landing with Blade. I need y'all to stick this landing. Neo 3 may land on other consoles after PC and PS5, new trailer suggests. According to a features trailer posted to the PlayStation's official YouTube channel on January 29th, Team Ninja's upcoming Souls-like game will be allowed to be released on other platforms 6 months after PC and PS5 debut on February 6th. The language is quite specific. Neo will not be allowed or will not be available on other consoles until at least 6 months after February 6, 2026. This means the latest Souls-like action RPG from the Japanese developer could land on Xbox and maybe even Nintendo consoles as soon as August. I don't believe this shit is coming to Nintendo because it's M-rated. They just put out Dispatch and censored the fuck out of it. I don't think it's coming to the Switch too. What this story means is basically it's coming to the Xbox in 6 months. So now you know. Said Neo 3 isn't already. Nope, it's only launching on PC and PS5. I'll be playing on PC. So yeah, now you know. If you don't know, now you know, nigga. And then speaking of Black History Month, last but not least, I couldn't believe this shit news. Minecraft announced on their official account, want to change the world in real life? Start in Minecraft. That's a little contradiction. In the free Good Trouble DLC, explore global civil rights. And you know, I'm such an asshole. This first sentence is a fucking contradiction, but the average Minecraft fan is too fucking stupid to know that. So they're not going to know. Long as they got enough dedicated wham on their server, they're not going to know any better. But anyways, in the Good Trouble DLC, explore global civil rights movements, meet change makers, and learn how to stand up, speak out, and build a better world. Translation, because they don't really actually talk about Black history and what happened. Translation, they added Martin Luther King DLC because they don't talk about actual Black history. They only talk about, and even when they talk about Martin Luther King, they don't actually talk about Martin Luther King. They talk about I have a dream. They don't talk about how he said he wants to redistribute the wealth, because back in the 60s, he was talking about the economic disparagements between the poor and the rich back in the 60s. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about how Dr. King, before he died, he says, I feared, and I'm paraphrasing, I feared I led my people into a burning house. He was talking about segregation, desegregation, possibly being a mistake because it fooled. Y'all not ready for that conversation. I'm gonna just play this. Martin Luther King DLC. They got her at the front of the bus. Let's go. Oh my fucking God. I feel like So like, to be fair, as somebody who's in tune with black culture and just, all right, so in case y'all don't know anything about me, let me tell y'all something, because I don't think I've ever said this on stream. My top 5 human beings to ever live, probably Malcolm X at 1, number 2, Fred Hampton, number 3, Huey P. Newton, number 4, Stokely Carmichael, number 5, probably Muhammad Ali. Matter of fact, I might bump Muhammad. I might put him at 3. That's my top 5. I know my shit, bro. And I can talk about other people too. I feel like their heart's in the right place when they do this stuff. But unless you're going to take the time to educate people about actual black history instead of just creating some feel-good moment, because real black history don't feel good, nigga. Yeah, let's talk about it. Don't get me wrong. We done great things that were great. We also need to talk about other stuff. You said it's a great list. You said Huey from the Boondocks? No, not. Shut the fuck up. No, not no Huey from the Boondocks. That's who he's based off. I'm talking about the real Huey P. Newton. Unless you're gonna educate people about redlining, gerrymandering, veterans fighting in World War I and II, then coming home and not being able to reap the benefits of the what's the bill? The GI Bill, which allowed black veterans to, or veterans as a whole, go to school for free. Or they also, post World War II, they handed out every veteran basically vouchers to get homes. If you're not going to talk about that stuff, if you're not going to talk about how Manhattan in New York was a black neighborhood that got flooded out, yeah, the Tuskegee experiment, if you're not going to talk about that shit, shut the fuck up. That's how I feel personally. Either tell the truth or be quiet. You're not going to talk about how by the way, I've never been suicidal. If you're not going to talk about how your United States government assassinated Fred Hampton in his sleep like pussies, couldn't even get into a real shootout with a nigga. Yeah, Black Wall Street getting burned down and bombed. The bombing in Philadelphia in the 80s. Y'all look it up. Y'all know that your government bombed a neighborhood in the 80s in Philadelphia? You said talk? Murdered Fred Hampton in his sleep. Y'all know why they murdered Fred Hampton? Y'all know? A few reasons. They used to call him the Black Messiah. It's a really good movie. It's dramatized, it's entertainment, but you get the gist of the story. They murdered Fred Hampton because with the Black Panther Party, they were offering free medical, not training, but care for the black community. They were offering food programs. And towards the end of his life, he started something called the Rainbow Coalition. You don't know what this is? Look this up. This is a true thing. They used to call, the FBI called Fred Hampton the Black Messiah because he started something called the Rainbow Coalition. What that was is he got together the Latinos in the city, black people, the poor whites, the trailer trash, the blue collar, and every marginalized group. And he had a meeting. And he said, let's put our differences aside. What can we agree on? The government said that. They saw that. They said, oh no, get him out of here. They said, get him out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. So me personally, I feel like, oh yeah, that's another one. How the CIA flooded the black neighborhood with crack cocaine to flood the Contra wars in South America. And now we're back in South America destabilizing Venezuela. If you're not going to talk about that, if you're not going to talk about this stuff, you don't need to be doing. I remember I talked about it. I think I said this on stream one time. This is back in maybe like 2018. Twitch reached out to me and asked me to participate in a Black History Month video. They asked me like 10 questions. Who are some of my favorite people? I answered all these questions. And they said you would be in. Yeah, Laken Lanier. You would. Ronald Reagan's the devil. They asked me a bunch of different questions, and I gave answers like the things that I'm talking about, and they cut all the footage out. And they only left in a joke I made at the end. That shit made me so fucking mad. So here we go. I've never been suicidal. So once again, although I think I feel like people's heart is in the right place, unless we're gonna have a real conversation, I wish y'all would stop doing that shit. Just don't do it at all. You know what I would, matter of fact, I'll let this shit slide. You know what I do? Because these corporations will do everything but fucking, they'll do everything but help the community. I would let goofy shit like this slide, as well as that goofy shit they do in Halo every year when they show them African fucking skins. Master Chief with an African skin. I would let this shit slide if they put this DLC out, they charge for it, right? And every sale made towards a Black History Month DLC, video game item or whatever goes to some type of charity or some type of neighborhood in the Black community to help people. If y'all not gonna do that, shut the fuck up, bruh. Cause I'm tired. I know I'm on my pedestal right now. Me at 35, I'm fucking tired of symbolism. I want equity. And that's what Malcolm X warned everybody against. The man, you know who, will award you with a piece of symbolism, an idea. They'll prop up a special Negro, but will they actually help you? Because economics is the real issue. It's the root of all the problems. You said, nah, talk your shit. So I would let all this goofy ass shit slide if all the sales for this DLC charge $10. Any corporation listed, nigga, charge $10 for your Black History Month DLC, $5, whatever it is. Nigga, I'd buy this shit. And say, this is going towards providing clean water in Flint, Michigan. Then that's something I can get behind. But if you ain't trying to help nobody, shut the fuck up, bro, with this feel. This shit, let me tell y'all something, bro. People are like, what's my politics? I'm pro-Black. That's my fucking politics. This shit is not helpful to you and I. Most y'all are Black and brown in the chat. This is some performative shit to make them. But it doesn't make me or anybody in my community feel. Yeah, matter of fact, put it towards an HBCU. That's facts. That's facts. All DLC sales go towards funding the HBCU of your choice. Then we talking. Let me see some of that money go to Howard. Let me see some of that money go to Pine Bluff because they need it. Oh my Lord. You said my kind of carry on. I apologize for going on a tangent. I'm very passionate about that shit, bro. There's a reason why I don't take a lot of checks, man. To my own detriment. For Black neighborhoods, schools. I think HBCUs is like an easy direction to point, and that is a good suggestion, bro. But all this stuff is goofy, bro. I'm fucking sick of this shit, man. We gotta start speaking like, shut the fuck up. If I had a consulting company, matter of fact, Minecraft called me. I'm gonna give y'all some good PR. It's Black History Month. Deal with it. It's Black History Month. Move, bitch. Get the fuck out of my way. I seen that meme. You said never apologize. We never gonna apologize for what the fuck we naturally are. So I know Watts rated me. I know Girl rated me. Some people are probably in my stream for the first time like, what the fuck is going on? I said what I said. And before we get on the game, I just want to say, because I feel like it gets lost in translation, me being pro-Black does not mean I'm anti everything else. I got love for everybody. As long as you respect me, I respect you. But we gonna get what we owed. What did you link? We gonna get what we fucking owed. What the hell? I think my dog is bothering me because I need to feed him. It is late. Then we're gonna get on this demo. It's woke here. It's very woke here. Just because I love myself doesn't mean I hate anyone else. That's facts. All right, BRB, let me feed my dog real quick. I know he hungry. Third eye open, chakra open, full blown hotep. I can feel my fro growing. Oh. All right. It's crazy. GI rated almost over a decade. I appreciate you, man. All I ask is if you enjoying the content, hit the like button, you know, share things here and there. That's all I ask. You ain't got to sub, you ain't got to donate. I know people going through it, money tight these days. Hit the like button. That's all I ask. Do you tell me your opinion on Neo 3? I'm enjoying it. It took me a second to get used to that. What's the word for that reload mechanic, the key mechanic. I'm still kind of adjusting to it, but I like the pace of Neo. And we finna get on this demo. Dude. Yep. Thanks for my opinion. What? Thank you for giving me your opinion. Now I can have my own opinion. I'm gonna go write a review on the demo. You said what winter? Yeah, what winter, bro? I'm in California. I can't really relate to that shit. Real talk, I talk mad disrespect about gaming podcasters. This is legit the first one I found that I actually like. I appreciate it, Midnight. But it's a lot of grifting going on in the space. Don't get it twisted. You probably just got to keep looking. It's quality creators out there, but I feel what you're saying. It is a lot of grifters out. Yeah. What y'all hitting the gym today, man? I hit legs today. I hit legs. No. I got this pre-workout from Costco. I was telling my girl, you might want to try that shit. I got this pre-workout from Costco. That shit is weird because I worked out this morning and I've had sustained energy for the rest of the day. Mind you, I opened up my workout hitting clean. I hit cleans to a front squat. I did 4 sets of that shit, bro. And then I did legs and triceps. So like, I burned a lot. And then I did cardio afterwards. I did a lot of energy, man. Did I turn off the hype option for the last podcast? Nah, I saw a lot of people say it's not there. The one time I told people hit the fucking button, it's not there. I don't know what it is. I think it's a feature that is in beta that YouTube is rolling out in waves, and everybody doesn't have it. But there's a couple times where we ended up on the hype chart, and it always does better in viewership. Fuck cleans, you crazy? I like doing cleans because like it's a compound movement. Makes me sweat. I like it because like a lot of I have to do compound movements. A lot of exercises like they don't really push me that much. I play safe though on clean. I don't go too heavy too soon. I just try to crank out as many reps as I can. Like right now I'm only cleaning 135. Like today I was cleaning 165 to a front squat. Like I'm not like going super heavy. I'm trying to work my way up to 225. But if I can't get at least like 6 reps in and like comfortably, I don't move up in weight. Because it is a dangerous exercise. So like you that's the one exercise I play safe. All right. Where are we going? But I like doing it because it's mentally stimulating. It's challenging. You don't like it? It's all good. Do what works for you. Oh yeah, I forgot I had this hammer. Let me hit you. Right. I'm banning anybody who clips this. Don't even click. Don't CILIP. Don't CLIP. Or you're going to DIE. And I somehow summoned my fucking alt. You said you need to log out. We burned this shit. As you can see, I haven't played in a couple days. See, I like the pacing and when you get a little combo going. That's fire. Said lock in. Yeah, he said cue to me. Outstanding. So outstanding. Yeah, you knock me out. But yeah, I got I've been using a new pre-workout I got from Costco. It works really. It's a little cracked out. I'm not gonna lie, it's some strong shit. Excited. And it's got creatine in that bit, so like I don't have to worry about taking creatine because it's already mixed in my shit. Not that I was ever really big on that shit, but it's already mixed in. So you. Where do we go? Let's stealth it. I need to get a good pre-workout. Costco got it. Costco don't carry bad products. I give them that much. Bitch, eat that shit. Oh, I'm like the old girl from Soul Calibur. What was her name? She had this weapon. Do you still have to cycle off of creatine? I've never used it long enough to where I need to even be in a cycle. This would probably be the most consistent I've ever. Yeah, Taki. Hot Cheetos and Taki. How do you start lifting, weightlifting gym wise? What do you mean? Alim, Taki? I don't know. Y'all know who I'm talking about from Soul Calibur. She has this weapon. The short girl. I don't understand your question. What do you mean? Like, how do you like, just show up and turn up? Do a little warm up for like 10 minutes because I'm old. Hit some jumping jacks. Loosen up, loosen the hips and shit. Do some static stretches and shit. I hit the weights. I use the Fitbod app. If you're asking me what my routine is, I use the Fitbod app. What's a good age to start creatine? So like usually I'll have like a lot of fitness advice, but like I said, I've never actually consistently used creatine. I always stop using it after like a couple weeks. So I'm the wrong person to ask.
It must be that
This will be the first time, and I've only been using this pre-workout for like a week. This will be the first time I'll probably be the most consistent on creatine, and it's only because it's inside of the pre-workout, so I have to take it. I've always mainly been like a natural lifter. I can't speak on that. You gotta talk to your doctor on that.
over here.
I like how you can combo into the stance switch. Put your ass down, boy. You're welcome, buddy. You're welcome. I kind of like this camera. When did you start weightlifting? Regrettably, I think when I was like 14 or 15. I think I started too soon and I stunted my growth because everybody, all the men in my family are taller than me. So you don't want to start soon. Like me personally, if I had kids, whether it's a son or a daughter, and I was training them, I probably wouldn't let them touch the weights until they're like 16, 17. I just stick to natural body exercise because you can get a lot done. Don't get it twisted. You can get a lot done with a prison workout. Burpees, push-ups, the different variations of push-ups, pull-ups, the variations of pull-ups, air squats, air squat jumps. You could do upside down push-ups for like your shoulders and shit like that. You could get a lot done with body workouts. You gotta crank a lot of reps in, but I personally, I don't think I would. Yeah, dips. I don't think I would let my kids touch the weights until they're a little bit older. Calisthenics will take you far. You don't need that shit. But I was told not to use weights till you reach puberty. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I was a little bit of a late bloomer. So like, yeah, I would say like let the puberty finish because your body's like changing, and then maybe start hitting weight. Like I said, I think I stunted my growth because I started too early. Because my dad is 5'8". He's not tall, he's average height. He's 5'8". One of my brothers is 5'10", and then another one of my brothers is 6'2". And then all my cousins are like 6 foot plus. So like understand, like shortness doesn't actually run in my family. It's just me. I think I stunted my growth because I started lifting too soon. Because I wanted to get really strong for wrestling and shit. But on the flip side, you know, I got a crazy work ethic, so it all worked out. Take the good, you take the bad. There you had the fucking back. But
What was that?
you know, it's a myth, right? Stunning your growth. Is it? I don't know. It could be. Fasting really helps with testosterone, and HG read the studies. You know what else helps with your testosterone? But beating your fucking meat 3 times a day. That's why you niggas got low T levels. You're literally releasing your life force into the fucking air. Quit beating your fucking meat every 5 seconds. Save some of that for the gym. Not beating your meat at the gym, but like your energy. Like, oh shit.
Well, DBH told me to beat off at Planet Fitness.
You would beat off at Planet Fitness, wouldn't you? Yo, shout out to Cheesy with the sub. Appreciate it. Fasting doesn't increase your testosterone. Eating clean, a diet, and sleeping does. Yeah, I thought the diet and sleeping does. I seen a video. I don't know if it's true with some studies that were saying you can boost your T levels if you eat eggs for dinner. Apparently the yolk will boost your T levels, but I'm gonna be honest. I know, why are we even talking about that shit, man? Most y'all in my chat, according to my analytics, are between the ages of fucking 21 and 34. That's like 80 to 90% of my audience. None of y'all should be worried about your T levels. Your T levels don't really start to decline until you like hit my age, to be honest. And even still, like, you got to be not taking care of yourself. It's really like 45. If you 21, 22, 23, 24 talking about your T levels, you're wilding. Just clean up your diet and work out. Your big ass belly hanging over that small ass dick is why your T levels is the way they are. It don't got nothing to do with T level talk. Yeah, T level talk. Oh shit. If you can't see your dick, that is why your fucking T levels is low. Got nothing to do with fucking anything else. Gen Z T levels are at all-time low because you're on that fucking iPad. Sometimes, hold on, I gotta lock in. Sometimes I forget. I feel like people forget, like, you believe in evolution. Like, we come from animals, right? You gotta embrace that primal shit sometimes, bro. Too fucking civilized on that damn iPad all the goddamn time. You need to go outside and swing a hammer or some shit, nigga. Swing some fucking weights. Whenever I hit the weights, my adrenaline running, I just feel that shit, bro. I be ready to fight it. I wish a nigga say something to me in a joke. Not embracing that side of yourself. I'm not gonna lie, this hammer's not bad. Yeah, too busy taking blue chews and shit like that. Y'all need to get out the fucking blue chew. I can proudly say I've never popped a. Listen, guys. I've never popped a honey pack or a blue chew or any type of enhancer in my fucking life. And my girl is significantly younger than me. I put her ass through the mattress, allegedly, because no sex before marriage. There's no reason why I should be driving the younger women crazy. That's supposed to be y'all job, because most of y'all are younger in the chat. Hey, somebody in the chat earlier said, you doing cleans? You crazy. No, I'm not. That shit boosts my T levels, nigga. Because studies came out that when it comes to aging, most of, like, you can't 100% stop it, but recent studies have came out. Most of aging as an adult stems from the fact that you are not taking care of yourself. You can't 100% stop it, but you can significantly slow it down. And primarily, the older you get, the more you should be weightlifting, because the first thing that goes is your ligaments and your tendons. That shit behind your knees, the shit, you know what I'm talking about, that hold your shit together. That's why niggas be tearing their ACL. Look at Podcast P. Look at That's why that nigga Podcast P tear his fucking ligaments every 5 seconds, bro. And your hips be the first thing to go. So the way you stop this shit, I have a background in kinesiology for those unaware. I know this shit. I've been an athlete my entire life. Whether I'm not in the best shape right now, but like I know what the fuck I'm talking. So the way you stop that shit is weightlifting. You gotta, because weightlifting, it doesn't just make you stronger. It makes your bones more denser and it improves your ligament strength. So at bare minimum, fucking do something. Take care. You don't got time to take care. You know, this don't got nothing to do with weightlifting. I'm yapping, y'all. We back on the single player grind. Yesterday I went running with my dog because I got a border collie, and if I don't take him outside to go running, he's gonna drive me crazy. Y'all see what he does, right? Imagine if I didn't do that. So I took him out in the morning. I said, let me go run a couple miles, just, you know, get the day started or whatever. And I ran my 2 miles, and on average, I'm not running to like be fast, but on average, I would say it takes me like 20 to 25 minutes to finish those 2 miles, right? And I remember I got in the house and I thought to myself, I was like, wow, that was fast. I went outside. It was like 10 a.m. I came in. It was like 10:20. I was like, wow, that's when you're running. It feels like, oh my God, it's the end of the world. But then when you get in the house, I'd be like, damn, that shit took 20 minutes for me to do. I ran 2 miles. And it's crazy to me that people they make these excuses up in their head. Like, you don't got time for that. You don't got time for that. If you want to run 3, that'll probably take you 30. You don't got time for that, bruh. It feels longer, but it really isn't. And I'd be happy that I do that shit. Mainly because it keeps this nigga out the fuck out my face. But if not, it's a terrible day. But you get the point. Make time for yourself. That shit is self-love. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, man.
Suppose some god.
I'm not gonna lie, that pre-workout is still kind of in me. I'm not gonna lie. It's still kind of in me, man. Shout out to my CrossFit coach. He tells me that shit all the time. I ain't gonna hold you, dog. You gotta be careful with that CrossFit shit. You know CrossFit is fake, right? Like, you're actually doing workouts, but you're not really doing workouts. That shit is fake as hell. CrossFit is kind of frowned upon, like, amongst the fitness community. Because y'all niggas be doing fake pull-ups and shit. Them CrossFit niggas be jerking themselves up on a pool. Niggas be damn near fucking the pole on a pull-up, bro. That shit is not real. Like, you supposed to be slow and steady on the pull-up, bro. You go. I have beef with pro workout because of my ADC. Yeah, CrossFit. You gotta be careful, man. I hope they ain't got you doing nothing crazy out there. It took me 25 minutes to run my first mile. I did a 5K in 27 minutes past. I'm doing a 5K, I think, next month. That's why I started running again. I said, let me get outside and start training. Because outside is different. Facts, I hit my head. Hit is the wave. Hit is good. That high interval training. Okay, so he can't interrupt the animation. That's good to know when I commit to it. I wasn't sure. That was fire. Pussy. Combo. What did I say? Nah, I had took some pre-workout before wrestling practice in high school. Caught the worst Charlie horse ever. That's a Charlie horse is caused by dehydration. A Charlie horse is just a goofy word for cramps. Majority of cramps are caused by dehydration or low potassium. So you can either drink water or eat a banana. That don't got nothing to do with the pre-workout. That means you took caffeine, but you wasn't drinking enough water. You really want your girl happy? Tell her to try Pilates. I do want to try Pilates. I just haven't gotten around to booking a session. I do want to try it though. I think when I have a house, I'm gonna buy the Pilates machine. I don't know what fucking bitch. I think it's called a transformer. I think I'm gonna buy one because that shit is supposedly really good for your core, and it's like really I'm trying to implement more, what's the word I'm looking for, low intensity exercises on your joints and shit. What's that pre-workout? I got the Costco exclusive card. I got you. Hold up. Oh. Times I went to Costco, and on the third time I broke down and finally just decided to impulse buy it. It's called Mr. Hyde Signature Stay in Energy, and it comes with blue raz and strawberry, and if you find them, it's berry punch. So it's 3 different flavors. It's got beta alanine in it, caffeine, and creatine. So you get everything you need. I like it. It's good for the price. I like it. But just know if you take this shit, you gonna itch. You better go to. That's why I like it. I like beta alanine because it makes you itch. So like now I gotta go work out. Otherwise, I'm sitting there like a fucking crackhead. Also, that shit is not. Are you liking the Kirkland Costco Nike shoes everyone's lining up for? They was talking about that in a group chat, but I haven't seen them. I'm not really itching. Good stuff. Did you get the version with no stimulants? I didn't know they sold it with no stimulants. I don't take that stuff every day. It depends on what time I work out. Like today I worked out a little bit later. I came in the gym at like 10:30, so I stemmed up. But if I go to the gym at like 6 in the morning, I won't stem up because I don't know if y'all know. Fun fact, but the highest percentage of people that catch heart attacks are people who work out before 7 a.m. because your body is not fully awake. So you add stimulants into it. It doesn't mean you'll catch a heart attack. You can work out before, because people obviously do. You can. It's just you have a higher probability. So like if I am gonna work out, I just thug it out at like 6 a.m. I don't stim up. Somebody dropped the super chat. 1 second. Yo, shout out to Sir Yali Beats with the $20 super chat. The shout out to you for getting out of your chair for me. Yo, pause, nigga. What the fuck? Yo, shout out to what the fuck, nigga? I can't believe what I just read. Yo, shout out to Drew with the $10 super chat. Keep speaking the truth. I'm gonna assume you're thanking me for showing you the pre-workout. Some other shit, bro. Yeah. Got a YouTube chat, boy. Just ruining the mood. Give me that. I got tears in my eyes. You gotta say pause in that super chat, nigga. These niggas in super chat is different, man. What the fuck? For pre-workout, I usually use beta-alanine, citrulline, malate, and Propel Pack. I want to try maca root. There was a video, a TikTok of this dude. He said he used maca root and something else. What the hell is that? I want to try that shit out. He said he got shredded when he started taking that stuff. I saved the video. I got to look it up later, see if it's Amazon. But I know maca root is really good for blood flow to get your wiener hard. It's like a natural blue chew, basically. But it's also good for like weightlifting, working out because of the blood flow. But most people use it for their wiener. I started maca root not too long ago. You like it? Eat beets. Beets are nasty, nigga. Further beat my fucking meat. Fuck. It is nasty. Beets taste nasty. Beet juice. Beat it, nigga. Michael Jackson. This demo big as hell. You know about the Chewies? About the granola bar? That shit is for children. Oh, shit! Not like this. Boo. Chewy, chewy. I got killed by the ghost of Christmas. He said, beat that. Beat that, nigga. I'm not too far away, I don't think.
This red rock.
Chewy is that cat food, the yogurt that you feed the cat? Chewy, 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 chewy. What is this? Oh no, is it a trial? Oh, if they throw their shoulder out, you can punish them off that. Nice. Give me that. Blue Chew boys. Give me that. I gotta lock in. Hold up, y'all. I do genuinely like the pacing of this game. It's very fast. Kind of fucking with this hammer too. Like Harley Quinn on it. Blue Chews, that's weird. Why you need them pills? Do some cardio. People addicted to it. They addicted to parlays and Blue Chews. Like, you don't think that's weird in your early 20s? Like, calm down, right? Ow, ow, ow. All right, all right. Oh my God. Speed might be the answer here. Come on. Locked in. Maybe not. Give me that. Yes, sir. I got it. I feel like that one was a little bit easier than the last one. For some people, blue chews is mental. That's something you're gonna have to overcome then, bruh. You're gonna have to overcome. You gotta think about, do you get bloated from creatine? You can get bloated when you first start taking it, but the key is to just keep drinking water, and then within like a week it'll go away. If you need blue chews due to like a mental block, you need like some therapy or something going on there. Could be something going on there. Like I remember there was one point where I had to be transparent. I had a mental block, and I felt like, you know, not that I've ever had sex before marriage, but if I ever did, hypothetically speaking, there was a moment in my life where like I felt like I was struggling, and then I realized I didn't like my girlfriend, and now I didn't like my girlfriend anymore, and that I figured out what the issue was. Like that real life drama will make your shit shrivel up real quick. Once I figured that out, I was like, oh well, because I'm not gonna lie, there was a moment in my life where I thought I had a problem, and then I realized I was like, oh, it's like the drama and the headaches that shit makes me very unattracted to people. I do not like that shit. I like peace, nigga, peace. He said, it's real. That's real. That's real. Been at 100. Where he at? I'm not falling for that. This fuck. That shit. All right, we got our runes back. Let me guess, you tried to tell her and she couldn't take accountability. It doesn't matter at this point. To be fair to that person, they did apologize. It didn't work out, but after I broke up with them, they wrote me a really nice letter apologizing, where they did take accountability, and they said one day I'm gonna be really big, like on TV or whatever. That happened, but that's not the point. So now I'm not gonna slander her. Like, she apologized. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm not the type to be on some extra shit. What about you said YouTube chat nosy? I was just sharing the story to give an example. Nigga thought it was about to turn into a red pill conversation, didn't you? No. No. Oh my God, bro. Cleveland is getting worse. Please hope. Gave you closure. That's nice type shit. That's major. She better than the ones I've been off with. I always tell people, you know, don't let a bad experience block you from catching a blessing that's right in front of you. Some of you motherfuckers be doing that shit, bro. Yeah, I got ran the fuck down. It's funny too, because I just said this area was easy, and then I got my ass beat. Where did I go? But yeah, don't fuck around and block your blessings because you too caught up in the past. That's why it's important to look what's in front of you. I'm not the type to hold grudges.
Who's that?
It is what it is, man. So let me tell you something, man. Real shit, nigga. Real shit. Even if you are the type to hold grudges, at bare minimum, do you know why it's important not to hold them? A, you're going to release negative energy, so you're not even focused on that. But B, it's a high probability whoever you're holding a grudge against that did something to you, them niggas don't even, whether it's a guy, girl, whatever you're into, they're not even thinking about you. So what does it fucking matter? That's why they did it. So you're wasting all your energy walking around mad, projecting it on other people. And yeah, they're sleeping you. They don't give a fuck. One of the best life lessons I had to learn at 29 is forgiveness is less about who you're forgiving. This is real shit. Write this down. It's less about who you're forgiving and it's more about yourself. You forgive people to release the negative energy. Because once I forgave the person that I did have an issue with, I moved on with my life. But if you walk around doing that goofy shit, that's how you end up one of these goofy ass red pill niggas. I just found out one of them goofy ass red pill niggas, that Morgan Maxon dude, be smoking meth, bruh. That's how you end up becoming a fucking meth head, bruh. Talk about being a high value man. I don't know. Maybe because I was born in the 90s, but I didn't know high value men smoke meth. I didn't know that. Learn something every day.
Gotta get my jaw tight, smoke this meth.
Ketamine. Okay. It's a person that's hurting. Bro, I lost my roots. Oh my God. I lost Oh my God. DBH, you want me to forgive Trump? Nah. Fuck that nigga, bro. That's something different. I'm talking about personal experience. Nah, it's fuck the government, nigga. You know what the fuck I meant. Don't try to do that shit. Nah, nigga. Fuck that shit. Fuck that Cheeto. All right, whatever. Let's just try to move this way, figure out what's going on. Facts, holding on to anger releases negative stress hormones in your body that destroys your body. Real shit. Let it go, let it go. TBH, did y'all get snow out there on the West Coast? Nigga, you know the fucking answer to that. Why would you, hey, drop 5 subs in the chat. I live in California. Why would you ask me that question? Why would you ask me that? Like, ain't no fucking snow over here, nigga. Oh, shit. Live in fucking Southern California. It was 80 degrees today. It was nice. That's what we did. Went outside. I had booty shorts. Being a little slut. That's what Oh, the camera! Oh! Bitch, sit down. Bow down to a real one. Not the short shorts. The Uchi Coochie. I like wearing Uchi shorts. I do. No shame in my game. The only I don't skip leg day. The only people who don't like wearing hoochie shorts is niggas who belly hang over their pants and niggas who skip leg day. If I skip leg day, I wouldn't wear hoochie shorts either. But I absolutely am a hoochie coochie. Absolutely. It'll be a little slut. Nigga built like the Michelin Man talking about, so you wear fucking hoochie short? Yeah, I do. Now what? What you gonna do? What are you gonna do? They're slanging coochie. I'm slanging coochie everywhere. In my opinion, from my humble opinion, it's always the biggest motherfuckers, and I'm specifically talking about men. I'm not talking about men or women. I mean, it's always the fat niggas that got the most, and they swear they got drip. Fat niggas love wearing fucking just mad designer. Got a Gucci belt on their head, got a designer bag, got the essential shirt, Balmain jeans and shit. Like, bruh, you don't need all that. I swear to God, if you just get into shape, build your shoulders up and shit, a pair of blue jeans, a white tee, a chain, and some cologne will go much further. And be a decent person will go much further. Man, I got this fucking Burberry on, bro. This shit lit, ain't it? I'm outside. I'm really about to pull something, bro. Yeah, but when you lift your shirt up, your stomach hangs out, bro. Like, like we don't want to see that shit, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, nigga? This shit is fucking funny to me, man. That shit is to compensate. Now, if you're really into that, that's different. Motherfuckers be doing that shit to compensate, bro. I'm a fucking cartoon character. I have a uniform. Shit works for me. Oh my goodness. You gotta wear a girdle. You go to the club. Skims. Give me that. All right, this is where the bullshit is. I gotta get, I feel like I'm rusty. I gotta get back in the Souls mindset. I gotta like, I tried to fight them. I gotta ISO. That fucking weird. I'm gonna ISO him. Here. Yeah. How do I? Oh, got it. There it is. There it is. Come on. Yo, shout out to Dion with the $5 super chat. He said, would you suggest, God damn it, the chat. 1 second. He said, would you suggest wrestling for a high schooler to take seriously? My nephew's trying to choose between that and football. He never wrestled for real. I never wrestled before. My dad made me wrestle. He thought I was pussy. So. And to be fair, I was, so it depends. It depends. All I can tell you is I was thankful that I did wrestling, because one thing I can tell you about wrestling, it's the hardest sport in high school because it's a martial art. It made me a tough ass motherfucker. A lot of things that bother people don't bother me. I'm gonna be honest. And I genuinely think it came from the wrestling days. Because when I was younger, I used to cry a lot, believe it or not. I know it's hard to believe. I used to cry a lot. I used to be very sensitive. I don't know what happened. That wrestling shit turned me into a fucking demon. And I remember, I think I told this story before. I used to be a soccer player. I was a striker. So I played soccer all through elementary school up until like 8th grade. And I was a star striker. When I lived in Hawaii, I played travel soccer, which would be equivalent in basketball to like AAU. I was on one of the best teams in the state of, on the island of Oahu. I was really good at soccer. So we moved from Hawaii to DC, and I guess my dad felt like I was pussy. And I was. And he was just like, you know, DC a rough city. You know, we going from, because my father was in the military. He's like, we going from Paradise to DC, and he's like, that's a rough city. You know what I'm saying? He's like, you gonna do wrestling. And I remember I cried about that shit. I'd never forget that shit. I remember I cried about that shit in the back of the car, because I was like, I was on the soccer team. I was a star player. He's like, nah, you gonna do wrestling. Fuck that. To this day, I told my parents this past year. They didn't even know this shit. I told, you come from a military family? Yeah, my father was in the military. My parents didn't even know this shit till like this past year. I told them I never liked wrestling, and I didn't. Crying like Gohan, real shit. I never liked it. The only reason I didn't quit wrestling is because I was fucking good at it. I told my parents, I was like, you know, I was like, y'all know that I never liked that shit. They were like, for real, but I was like, I'm grateful my dad made me do it, because I got a lot of tough lessons. I got a lot of tough lessons. It's all good. I think even like till this day it affects me. Like when I do like my fitness stuff, none of that shit bothers me. Skirt. It all worked out. So I would say all I can do is give you my perspective and tell you that it benefited me a lot. It made me grow up a lot. To the point where me and my girl had a discussion one time, and we both agreed, if kids ever come into play, if I'm ever blessed and I'm lucky enough to have sex one day, we agreed if we have children, I personally don't care what my child does. If they want to be a wrestler like me, that's fine. But if they want to put on the boxing gloves, taekwondo, judo, whatever, Muay Thai, just pick one. Just for self-defense, and it builds up. It's at bare minimum, I can tell you if you wrestle in high school, it's going to build your confidence. Let me tell you something. I ain't never got beat the fuck up. I'm not even playing a game right now. I'm yapping. I ain't never got beat the fuck up. And you know why? When I was in high school, I never got beat up because I was trash at wrestling my 6th and 7th grade year. And then something happened. I just got better my 8th grade year. I ended up being county champion. And then in high school, I was ranked in the district as well as state, like in the region. So like, I wasn't the best of the best, but I was good. I was elite. I was in the newspaper back when the newspapers were a thing. And when your name, if your nephew needs to hear this, if you get good at wrestling and you listen to your coaches, I don't know how it is in high school now, but back when I was a kid, when the sports team did good, they would say it on the morning announcement. So my name was always on the morning announcements for winning. So a lot of people wouldn't fuck with me because they knew it would be so many times where like I would joke and talk shit with people in the lunchroom, and somebody would try to fight me, and somebody would have to put their hand on the dude's like, don't fuck with him, like. And I knew it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of made me a demon because I was already dangerous because I was already a shit talker, but now I was a shit talker that could beat your ass. And I'm not gonna lie, this is the reason why I'm not afraid of anybody. I was beating. I'm 5'5" for those unaware. I was beating niggas' asses that was 6'2". Because wrestling is all about leverage. It ain't about strength. It is a martial art. So like that shit turned me into a cocky motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie. So 100%, I would recommend. It helped me. It might not be for him, but it definitely helped me. I think every kid should do some type of martial art. It's good for you. It's good for mental health, I think. But good. I'm not that tall either, and it makes you a bit reckless. Well, wrestling's the one martial art where you're beneficial for being short because it's all about taking people down and you're closer to the ground in their legs. So like tall people hated wrestling me because it's the one thing you have an advantage over. If you don't want to do wrestling, you can do judo, you could do Brazilian jiu-jitsu, because they're all forms of grappling. Any type of grappling martial art, if you're short, that's what you should learn, in my opinion. It's literally designed for you because it's all about leverage. Real life Wolverine type shit. Oh, I got a one shot. I'm 6 foot 286. I've wrestled in street fight multiple times in my life. Sometimes you gotta be ready. Why the frame so low? What you mean? It's fine for me. It might be the stream dropping. All right. I would never let my kid do it. I don't want scooting around the ground like a dog wiping his butt. I guess. I don't know, man. I personally wouldn't want my kid playing football. I don't think it's worth it. Ugh. CTE simulator. God damn, you on my dick. Now, oh. I'm about to. Now, in another life, I'm not gonna lie. In another life, if I would have got my younger brother's height, because my younger brother's 6'2", if I would have got his height, I would have been a basketball. I would have never been a soccer or a wrestler. This wolf is fucking me up. I would have been a basketball player. Because I am genuinely a student of the game and I love basketball. I love going to basketball games. I felt like I could be a solid point guard. Like I have the brain for it. I just didn't have the athletic. Skirt. All right. Let me lock in. We finna beat this wolf fast. Let me lock in. I think I'm gonna have to use speed. I learned a lot from football, low key. Hey, whatever works for you. What I will say about football players is, I never liked it. It was always like a rivalry between football players and like wrestlers at my school, and it was mainly because football players thought they were tough. They all thought they were tough. Like my senior year, so many football players would come in the wrestling room and they'd be like, "I could do this shit. This shit corny." Like so many times, football players would come in the wrestling room and interrupt our practice to talk shit. They think because they tackle people, they're tough and they know how to fight. And every single time, because my senior year, I was the captain of my team. I was nice. I was the captain. Every single time a football player would come in, my coach would be like, "All right, stop practice. This motherfucker talking shit." They'd be like, "Corey, go get him." And they would I beat every single football player nigga's ass. So I kind of didn't respect them because tackling is not fighting, bro. Used to beat them niggas the fuck up, bro. I'd be like, this CTE ass sport, y'all really are dumb. I just don't think it pays enough with the NFL. If you like it, I ain't knocking it, but I just don't think it pays enough. The risk to reward. Not really. To me, in my brain, they were just glue eaters.
One.
The funniest shit would be like a football player will run after you and they'll try to spear you like it's WWE. Full steam ahead. They'll run and try to spear you because that's what they're taught in football. A wrestler, I stood there, I jump and sprawl to the side, the nigga go flying into the wall. I did that so many times. This shit was so fucking funny to me, man. I'm like, you can't be this stupid. And I'd be like, you are though, you fucking are. Hurt your ankle, hit your shoulder and shit. Now you can't go to football practice. Skirt. When I play badminton, so I can't relate. Badminton's like a serious sport. Hey, since we talking about badminton, you know what I can't stand? I'm not gonna lie, I don't like you pickleball. There's somebody who started playing tennis, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting pretty decent at it. Hey, this weekend, my overhand, my overhand getting nice. The power and the accuracy is coming. I might do a tennis stream. We've been talking about it. I might do a tennis stream, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like you pickleball niggas, man. I feel like pickleball is it's tennis for people with no athleticism. Don't get me wrong. If you old and you just trying to get outside and move, that's cool. Like, I'm not mad at that. That's who pickleball is for. But like, just seeing fat niggas on the court and shit. Like, man, if you don't pick up a racket and play some real tennis, man, your big ass need to fucking run, bruh. Tennis is great because if you never played, you're literally just sprinting the entire time. And if you're not aware, sprinting increases your testosterone levels. It's actually like an hour of tennis will wear you the fuck out. It's actually really good exercise. And I'm upset that it took me till I was 34 to realize how fun it is. Like, I like watched it a little bit on TV, but I just never tried it. It's to the point where like, it's like my new thing. I'm trying to go to the Olympics is in LA in 2028. I'm trying to go to an Olympic match. I'm trying to see Coco. I'm trying to see Naomi. Only the black people. I'm trying to see them. I would like to go to a tennis. Shit is fun. I'm on my side quest era. Same, I didn't appreciate tennis until I got older. It's really an hour of tennis will get you right, bruh. Oh! Damn, you never played Top Spin? I did play Top Spin. I played Mario Tennis too. I just never played it in real life. God, I'm ass at this game. I'm not gonna hold you. Maybe it's because I'm not locked in either. Which way was the werewolf? I can't remember. Was it over here? I'll always respect tennis. This shit. Yeah, like once you start, oh, it is over here. I was going the wrong way. Once you start playing tennis, you have like a whole new respect for tennis players. It's a tough sport, bro. It literally took me like 3 months before I could comfortably hit the ball because I didn't want to pay for tennis lessons. Because another thing about tennis, I feel like black people, at least black Americans, we would dominate tennis if it was accessible. I'm gonna say the same thing about hockey too. All the sports that are not dominated by black Americans is because it's not accessible. It's expensive, to be fair. Like my racket was like $150. I got like a nice racket because I didn't want no cheap shit. Then not only is the equipment expensive and like the shoes and the rackets, but then the lessons are expensive. So like it took me like 3 months before I could comfortably underhand hit the ball over. And now it's been a year and now I'm just now getting comfortable with doing overhand, doing power serves basically. Because the way I didn't want to pay for the lessons. The way I learned is I just be watching people on the tennis court and mimicking their motion. And I figured out it was all in the hips and shit. Now I'm starting to figure out the overhand. But the problem is it's not accessible. Golf too is not accessible. You saw what happened when Tiger came through, but it's not accessible because golf clubs are expensive. It's the same with soccer. It's borderline a scam. Soccer's a little bit, soccer's not accessible as basketball or football. Because with basketball or football, you just need the ball and some people to play with. But soccer's somewhere in the middle. Because with soccer, all you need is the ball, some cleats, and then some shin guards. You don't really need the shin guards unless you're playing for a team. But hockey is expensive, yeah. My girl says I would have been a hockey player in another life if need be because I went ice skating for the first time a few months ago. My backhand is decent. I'm getting better at that too, getting comfortable with it. But I went ice skating for the first time like a few weeks ago and like it actually pissed her off because I was good at it. I had heard, if you've never been ice skating before, I had heard ice skating is like rollerblading, but I never knew because I never did it before. It was the first time I did it. At first, I was holding on to the railing, and then I said, fuck it. You know what? I'm not going to get better at this shit unless I try. So I was like, if I bust my ass, whatever, bro. I never fell. We went ice skating for like 2 hours. I never fell. I picked it up within like 30 minutes. It is like rollerblading. I used to rollerblade a lot when I was a kid. And let me tell you something. Another thing, too, if you're trying to get into, surprisingly, ice skating is actually really good exercise, too. Within 30 minutes, I was sweating. I said, what? And it's cold in that bit, bro. I said, why am I sweating? It's actually good exercise. This is a good leg workout. Bitch, shut up. Don't sleep on that shit, bro. All Leg and core, yeah, because you got. That's why I figured I had a hunch I might be good at ice skating. You just need a strong core and strong legs, basically good balance. That's what I was known for in wrestling, elite balance. You know what's crazy? Ice skating is accessible here in SoCal. I can't speak for everywhere else, but it feels like it's somewhat accessible. The ice skating rink we went to, you just had to pay to rent the skates, but just walk in. That was about it. Next is snowboarding. I do want to try snowboarding. I used to skateboard, so I do want to try snowboarding. I'm the type of person, I'm trying to try everything at least once, except for eating booty, but you know, that shit. Right? We don't eat booty. Well, you don't do anything nasty. You're neutered. All right, it's the one right here, chat. Let's go. I'm gonna go speed stamp. This nigga covers a lot of ground. Oh! Bro, I'm not doing any damage. What? Please. Speed stance is definitely better for this fight. How did he not die is what I want to know. Give me that shit. There we go. All right, so I got to get better in figuring out what stance is better for what. Get the band hammer. Nah, the speed stance was definitely better, or ninja stance. You want to be ninja? You're a ninja dog. You're named after a ninja dog. You know that? Yeah, what happened to you two, nigga? All right. Random question, but is it bad that I buy vinyls from Walmart? Yeah. Nah, the jokes aside, no, because it's your collection. If you like it, we love it. Me personally, I wouldn't buy them from Walmart. But at the end of the day, it's your collection. The reason I wouldn't recommend buying from Walmart is for a few reasons. A, how come? All right, so there's a few reasons. A, if you're buying from Walmart, you're buying represses. Those are not original records. Those are new. Like they were just made yesterday. So they hold no value. So as long as you just want it for the music, that's fine. Me personally, I got into collecting vinyls not just because I wanted to hear the sound, but I wanted to collect art asset, right? So you want to, if in case you ever have to liquidate, right? So like, I know I have an original 1982 pressing of Thriller. Shout out to me. In mint condition. And it's signed by Quincy. I know personally I can get $100-200 for it, basically. That's what I'm saying. But if you bought Thriller from Walmart, it's not worth anything. The second reason I would say don't buy your records from Walmart. When it comes to records, it's a niche hobby. So I would say support local, support mom and pops. Go to your local shop. So you're supporting the mega corporations that's giving you the fake shit. If you go to a mom and pops, you're gonna get the real shit. And I guess from my perspective, because records take up a lot of space, right? Why buy fake shit if you're gonna buy something that already takes up a lot of space? To me, it's worth waiting and finding the real thing because you're holding a piece of history and it's worth money. So that's my perspective. But if you like it, it's your collection ultimately. Doesn't really matter that much. But me personally, I'm trying to collect assets. That's why. Because your net worth isn't just about what's in your bank account. It's also about your assets, your vehicle, your house, your bank account, the art on your wall, if it's real, your vinyls, So like that's the way I look at it. That gives perspective. Do you use Discog? I do use Discog to track what I have. Yeah. Having an OG Thriller press is a crazy flex. I got Thriller, I got Off the Wall, and I got Bad. I just got Bad a couple months ago. And in my copy of Off the Wall and Bad are Japanese. They're Japanese pressings. So like the audio quality is better. Originals. But vinyls are hella expensive. Depending on where you go. In LA, yeah, because it's more trendy to collect here. But if you live in Willacoochee, Georgia, no. Because when I was in Alabama, his prices were super fair. The shop that I went to, I was getting them for $5, $10, $4. Super fair. I found a original pressing of Don't You Walk Away From Your Love. David Ruffin's album. I got David Ruffin. Yeah, that low-key spot in Huntsville. I was getting them for the low. No, it depends on where you are and the demand in the market. If you're in New York or LA, maybe Chicago too, because those are the 3 biggest markets in the US, it might be a little bit more expensive. But don't be afraid to look on eBay too. eBay is a good spot. Just make sure you're checking the corners and shit. What was you doing in Alabama? My parents are retired there. So like that's when I go to visit. Some people don't know what they have and some, yeah. I think it's fun to go to a mom and pops too and crate dive. It's like an experience, right? Talk to other music fans, like hardcore music fans, get recommendations and stuff like that. My thing is like if you walk into the record store and it's not musty, them bitches is not real. That's how you know. Them records is not real because you want some used shit. You want that bitch to be musty. They got real shit in this bitch. Like how thrifting used to be. Yeah. Do you have a Holy Grail record? A Holy Grail. Thriller would be one of them, yeah, and Bad would be one of them. All the Mike ones, because those are worth money. I have Whitney Houston. I have a original Whitney Houston her album I'm Your Baby Tonight. That one's pretty rare because that came out like 91. By that time, vinyl wasn't like popular, so like that record's pretty rare. I do not have Al Green yet. I'm looking for it though. I'm looking for it. I got a few hefty. Yeah, Sade. That shit is expensive. I was looking at a Sade one, but it was going for 80. I was like, yeah, I'm not. How the fuck do I get up there and like I want to stealth attack? Ooh. Trying to think what else rare shit I have. Oh, I got an original pressing of the DeBarge, All My Love. I have that album. It was going online for like 300. That album is hard to find. That's one of my favorite albums. That was going online for like 300. I found it for 20. So, and it's in good condition. And I have another DeBarge album too. That's worth a lot of money. I found that in a at the thrift mall, like downtown LA, for $5 in a crate. It's the fun, like, ooh, they didn't know what they had. I was like, ooh, is that DeBarge? Let me get that shit, bro. I love DeBarge. All right, I guess I got some stuff. It's all black people shit. Back shot. I want one of Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style. Doggy Style would probably be worth some money because there was a very limited pressing for that and like Illmatic. Those early 90s rap albums, they came out on vinyl, but because CD came out by then, it's very rare to find. To get an original one, that's probably worth some money. All right, I went behind here. We got a bus a left now. I hope that wolf is back. How can you tell what's the original? Well, A, if it's musty, that'll tell you. But B, the barcode. If you're specifically older music, barcodes didn't really become mainstream until like the 90s. So like stuff from like the mid 80s back, if it doesn't have the barcode on the back and it's musty, it's probably real. I learned that from YouTube, by the way. YouTube University. Because that was the first thing I wanted to know. I was like, how do you spot a real and a fake? Fucking God, bitch. There's other ways too, but like that's one of the main ways. Hey, buddy. I thought these dudes wouldn't respawn, man. I got some vinyls from collecting, but mostly listen. Oh, I listen to all my shit. Don't get it twisted. I listen to all. I just got Anita Baker for Christmas. That's not really worth money, but I really like that album, The Rapture. From beginning to end, 365 days of the year. I want the same old love again. And all I wanna do is spend my life with you. Same old love. I love that shit. So like some of my stuff is worth money, but some of my other stuff is just I just like it. I like that shit, bro. Hey, get some Diddy. I'll ban you. What was that Diddy album, First Train to Paris or some goofy ass shit? What the fuck is wrong with you niggas, bro? Hell no. Okay, my confidence is getting there. Tried to humble me. It didn't work. How did that... Shit. What? No! Let me see if I got better weapons. I feel like these fights are taking too long. Let's see. I wonder what Mary J on vinyl sounds like. It does sound different, but like I would say it's only for like enthusiasts if you really love music and you just want to sit down and listen to something. It's not something you absolutely, to be 100% honest. I think vinyl has a warmer texture to the sound. I don't know how else to explain it. And then also it's also based off speakers too. A lot of y'all don't know what good music sound like because you were born in the era of streaming. So like you never grew up where like maybe your mom and dad had like a sound system. So also the vinyl is just going to sound better because you have to get its proper sound system too. It would be the same if you had CDs. You got to be an audio person to tell the difference. Yeah, and because I've been editing video for so long, I deal with audio and editing it. Like I can tell the difference, but I don't know if the average person is gonna tell the difference. Yo, shout out to Dion with the sub, appreciate it. But I'll tell you this much: like I feel like the vocals on vinyls are like crystal clear, and that's because it's uncompressed audio. So it almost feels like you're there, like at a concert or some shit. If you can make one game be finished and come out tomorrow, which would it be? Probably the third Jedi game. I want to see how Cal Kestis' story ends, especially with EA being bought out by the Saudi firm. We don't know how things are gonna go, so probably that. A lot of you probably gonna thought I was gonna say the Mass Effect series, but that would be the first entry in a new series. So like, I don't know how that would turn out. I think I'd take the Jedi game.
Guess who's back again?
GTA 6 so they could shut the fuck up. He said music. Or my bad, I'm bugging. We're talking about me. He said it's Jack 4. That could be a... Guess who's back, 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 back again, again, again. Shady's back. Hello, friend. Is it still ideal to go i7? Nah, if you can afford an i9, get an i9. But I'm gonna be honest, stay away from Intel. Get AMD. AMD CPUs are just definitively better. It's not my opinion. Most people would agree. Unless you're just on a tight budget and you can get an i9 for dirt cheap, I'd recommend staying away from that shit. I was ready to yell at chat. I was. I'm not gonna lie. As long as you know. So, oh, good. Thank you. Yeah, I'd recommend the Ryzen 9. Ryzen 7 if you're on a budget, but if you can afford it, get a Ryzen 9. Bitch. That's all the damage it did? You gotta be kidding me. Oh, if you turn the corner on him. Okay. Oh, he overshoots. Okay. What? And I have no energy. No energy. Eat that. Take that. You ate all that? I gotta use all my ninja tools. Not using. There it is. Come on, give it to me. All right, I had to lock in for that. This is like a Souls mixed with a grounded Ninja Gaiden game. Yeah, it's much faster. It is Soulsy, but it is much faster paced. I see why people like Neo. It's almost too fast paced because what I feel like is different is I'm not managing my stamina very well. Like I'm kind of rusty. Is there a game you're contemplating replaying? Fuck no. Especially because if you ever want to watch me replay something, fuck no. It's never gonna happen because we switched the podcast to weekly. I gotta stay on top of these games, bro. Got to. Because people are going to want to hear what we have to say about X, Y, and Z now. And also, I want to get more industry interviews and shit, so I got to stay on top of stuff. The downside of being a great content creator. I didn't realize your ninja stars come back so quickly. I got to start spamming those more to, like, set up fights. Yeah, it's a job. I feel like people forget. Like, it's not all just sunshine and farts. Like, I can take a step back and then spam. Yeah, okay. It's got some cool little combos. Okay. Try to stolen with the sub. Appreciate it. Get that Ronnie 2K interview. I don't want to talk to that. Fuck him. I'd rather do an interview with Ronnie 2K's fucking mullet, nigga. That's what I predict he gonna step out with next. He got a lace front. Next, he gonna step out with a wig mullet. I'd rather do an interview with that. But what inspired you to look like that idiot Theo Vaughn? Well, I was thinking about how I could get more VLs, PC, blah, blah, blah. That shit was so funny last year when he tweeted out, you know the name, but now you're going to know the story. And then it was a teaser for his documentary. Be like, Ronnie, please, keep it. We don't want to watch that on Tubi. We don't want to watch. Keep that shit, nigga. Get that shit the fuck out of here. We know the story. You robbed the 2K community. We know. That shit is going double paper plate. That shit going double paper plate on fucking Pluto TV. Please shut the fuck up. I feel like Del Walker would be great on the pod. We have had him on the pod. We literally interviewed because he worked on the Suicide Squad. He worked on Suicide Squad. We interviewed him for that. He did the art for that shit called for Deadshot. So we talked about like art design and shit. Not gonna let me collect that shit on the channel. A lot of people didn't watch the interview. Last time I checked, which was a while ago, it only had like 6,000 views. Oh, I must have missed that episode. Yeah, it was. We released it as a separate video. It only had like 6,000. A lot of people just didn't watch it. I don't know, for whatever reason. We thought it was gonna do good because everybody was dunking on Suicide Squad at the time, so we thought people were gonna want to watch it, but nobody clicked it. I don't know. It's crazy because like people will tell us, like you said, like you suggested we do that interview, and like we did it already. Like people will suggest that we do content and don't watch it. Who would have known? All we needed was a girl on the thumbnail to get you niggas to watch. We're not judging. We're not judging. We're not judging. Yeah, we needed 2 Puerto Ricans on the fucking thumbnail to get y'all to watch. The sex sells. We don't do no gooner shit. First of all, I would never do that to anybody. We ain't doing nothing sexy over here. It's literally just a girl. It's not that type of thumbnail, my boy. I would never subject anybody to that. All right. Well, we cleared out that area. Is there anything else to get? Didn't that chick on G4 rant because people watched it from Morgan Webb back in the day? That's not what she ranted about. It's about Frost. She was ranting about how oh shit, there's a whole area there. She was ranting about how she was being objectified in the comment section. That's what she was ranting about. Basically the whole comment section was saying that they wouldn't fuck her, which was crazy because she was a lesbian. So like she didn't want to fuck y'all either. So it kind of worked out. But like a lot of people were just upset. She was trying to do game reviews and a lot of people were just upset. And then like, if it was like 1 or 2 comments, I would have been like, yo, let it rock. Like it is what it is. It's the internet. But it was like 3/4 of the comment section. Like, oh, she's not fuckable. Get her off the camera. That's why she was upset. But that got lost in translation because she started yelling. And that's always been my critique. I didn't know she was going to do that. I wish she would have told the team beforehand so I could like coach her. Because there's a way to get people on your side, but when you start shouting, unfortunately, people don't listen. So nah, it wasn't about that. It was because she was getting objectified, and I saw it firsthand. I saw it in the comment section. Like I said, if it was like 1 or 2 people, I'd have been like, it's unfortunate, but like it's not worth going to war. But it was like the whole comment section. That shit would be annoying. And she wasn't a content creator. She was like an esports host, so she wasn't used to it. That's why I wish she would have said something. Because like I'm a content creator, I'm used to that shit. People hating on the internet and shit. I mean, like you should go about it this way versus like this way. But you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I don't know what the fuck I just did. Remember seeing her in the league stuff back in the day? Yeah, I think she hosted for like the ESL or something like that. Did a whole air combo and hit nothing. Looking at the future G4 doc is gonna be crazy. I don't think there's gonna be a future G4 doc. G4 lasted like 1 year. It's nothing there. How far are you? I wouldn't know. I'm literally just running around.
Coming from the well.
That shit lasted 1 year. That's not documentary worthy. I'll tell you how the G4 documentary would go if it was produced by a YouTuber. The title would be How Frost Killed You. Shut the fuck up. That woman did not kill G4. G4 was dead already. She didn't help. I'll say that much. She didn't help, but I stand on that. That woman did not kill that shit. But that's what the internet said. But that shit was dead within 3 months, I knew. The higher ups killed you. Didn't they have a segment called Morgan's Rack? I don't remember. They might have. I don't remember. It's a shame because most of G4 wasn't that interesting aside from your segments. Well, that's because you watch me. See, like that's a demographic thing. I think they killed their momentum because like we had 30,000 people watching our stream at one point, and then they shut down the studio for a month and just killed all momentum after everybody was excited. So like, no, I'm not gonna say like the other shows were just straight up trash. Like it was just that's a different demographic, right? And you were probably more familiar with me. What I will say is when it came to like bonus content, they weren't listening because I was supposed to get my own show. That just never happened. Got relegated to the shooter guy. You got to remember, different strokes are for different folks. And what I will say is what was going on in that building was a lot of politics, a lot of favoritism. Some people's stuff was getting greenlit excessively and others wasn't. It was because they were real cozy with the suits. That's why I said the suits ruined that shit. And nepotism. Would you do another show? Gotta be a fat check. Because like it ruined my motion, my independent motion. It's gotta be a fat check. I gotta have some type of ownership in it. I like being I learned I liked being independent. I would like to do more hosting stuff, but like part-time, if that makes sense. So like if there's an event and they need a host, like I come out, do something for like a few days, cool. But like a full-blown show again, nah, I'm gonna need a nice check and like some proper backing. What is it? That's just. I just hate people that don't watch it and they stop watching something because someone pissed them off. It's corny. It's the internet. I don't know. Yeah, I'd argue you weren't trying to like it, but what can you do? Ultimately, they won, so there's nothing you can say to them. I still, to this day, like literally somebody left a comment on one of my tweets like 2 days ago. Talk to him, Frosk. Aren't you the Frost guy? There's nothing you can do to convince those people. I just mute him and keep it moving. Like, whatever, bro. I'm up. You're not. I guess I'm just gonna shoot you. I guess not. I fell. What? Give me that. Didn't the suits kill FaZe? They did, but the FaZe situation is a little bit different. The suits killed FaZe, but FaZe also gave FaZe to the suits, if that makes sense. They were an independent company that was doing great, and they sold basically, and it backfired. G4 was different because G4 was owned by Comcast. It was under Viacom, like it was under some real Hollywood shit. So like I was never 100% in control. About to play that high guard. So hey, somebody got to do it. Let me go to that one area that I didn't go to, which is where. Somewhere over here. Get that key. That wolf is gonna respawn. Where was that area that I could drop down into? All this map looks the same to me, man. The suits killed BET? No. The family that originally owned BET, when they sold it to white folks, that's what killed it. So technically you're right, but it was. They should have sold to another black company that had the black community's interest in hand.
Who's that?
Me, bitch. He was bad for the community for jump, in my opinion. It's kind of hard for me to say because I was a kid during prime time. Oh, fuck! Bitch. Back to what I was saying. It's hard for me to say because like I was a kid when BET was prime time, like when it was in its prime, which is probably like mid 80s to like mid 90s. I was a kid, so I can't speak on it. The only thing I remember about BET was I used to love Comic View, but like I don't know what shows were popular for adults back then. I couldn't speak if it's detrimental. Those combos are fire. Yeah, well, I'm getting the hang of it. Unless you want to talk about BET After Dark. Yeah, that was... I shouldn't... Oh, is this it right here? White girls, they're running through my mind. Dr. Umar would hate this. It must be a ass because it ain't her face. I need a tip drill. I need a tip drill. Shout out to all the tip drills in the chat. There it is. That's... Living single, single. Oh, the 90s kind of world. I'm glad I got my girl. Keep your head up. That's right. How does the game feel? It feels good. It feels optimized. It's fast paced. I feel like if you don't traditionally like Souls games, you might like this one because it's more action-y Souls. But it is hard too. Don't get it twisted. Have I been here? I think I've been here. I think most cable networks have gone downhill. I love Sci-Fi Channel stuff maybe 10 plus years ago now. They just made rerun. Yeah, they're penny pinching because Hollywood is hurting. They're penny pinching. That's why you see so many sequels, not just in video games, but shows and stuff. They're doubling down on stuff. How you swinging through my flame? Bitch, sit down. Okay, we getting better. We're getting better. We're getting better. UPN's fire. UPN was beloved by black people. The Hughleys, Moesha. I remember like a month ago, my girl asked me, she's like, you ever seen the show Moesha? I said, woman, I'm black. That every black millennial and Gen X has seen fucking Moesha. It's literally a cultural thing. Like, I didn't know how popular it was back then. I was like, that's right, you little Gen Z niggas. I was like, I don't think you understand. I was like, Moesha is so iconic and popular, it's actually used as a racial slur by white people. She was like, really? I was like, yeah. Some white people will be like, look at that fucking Moesha. I was like, that's a slur. In reference to Brandy. Motada, Itada. Moesha. Game's pretty chill when I'm winning. West Coast natives be so out of the loop. Yeah, it's just different culture, you know. You don't really know how engraved you are in your culture until you go into somebody else's. So, you know, just a case of there's a lot of things I damn for sure don't know about fucking Asian white folks and shit. I don't know. No, y'all niggas put raisins in your potato salad. That's about it. I know I learned from TikTok. White people don't talk about their cousins because y'all hate y'all family. Which that made me think. Because like I thought about that when I heard that in the video. It was like some black dude. He's like, how come I never heard a white person say I'm going to my cousin's house? And then a white dude answered the video back and he's like, because we hate our fucking family. Like we know we have cousins, but we can't stand them, so we don't hang out with them. So then in my head, I was like, huh, interesting. Maybe that's why they have a hard time accepting that Unc is actually a term of endearment. Because a lot of white folks hate their family. Unc is a term of endearment for an older black man. It means you're literally cool. But for some reason, they keep saying that it's uncool. And I'm like, maybe it's because a lot of the white family dynamic is different. They don't like their uncle. I might have just cracked the code on. My best friend is white, and he said something. He said he doesn't fuck with his cousins. See, they don't fuck with their cousins. I was like, that's crazy. I got a million cousins. I fuck with them all. Yeah, shout out to Dion with the super chat. My favorite black classic show. Favorite black show. I liked Fresh Prince. I liked Hanging with Mr. Cooper. I feel like everybody says Martin. Yeah, Martin's cool. I feel like low-key LL Cool J show was underrated. I used to be in love with Shorty. The dark, y'all know who I'm talking about. The dark skin joint from the LL Cool J show in the house. I was in love with her when I was a kid, boy. And then what's the show Reagan Gomez was on too? I used to love that show too. Was it the Parenthood, I think, with Reagan Gomez? Y'all don't know, man. Y'all don't. Cousin Skeeter. Was Cousin Skeeter really a black show? I always like I guess you can count it. I like, to me, black shows came on BET and UPN. Like Kenan and Kel and like Cousin Skeeter are like technically black shows, but because it was on Nickelodeon, everybody watched it. Like I never really looked at it like that, if that makes sense. Sanford and Son. Oh yeah, I used to love the Jamie Foxx show. Fancy? I was rooting for Jamie. I was rooting for Jamie. My wife and kids. That one was okay. I ran out of stamina. See, I don't be managing my stamina. My wife and kids was all right. The Wayans Bros. Oh, yeah. I used to love the Wayans Bros. I used to love that show. That's a black class. Don't tell what? Bang, 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 bang. Ask your mama, I used to bang her. I used to love the Steve Harvey show. I never thought Steve Harvey was funny from a stand-up standpoint, but I thought his TV show was a classic. And that had to do more with the writers, but Bullethead, Romeo, I used to love that shit. Yeah, R.I.P. to Witherspoon. Bang, 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 bang. Where did that go? You watch Wonder Man yet? No, it's on my bucket list. I really do want to watch it. R.I.P. Merlin Santana. Yeah, Bernie Mac show is a classic. Wonder Man is on my bucket list. Maybe I'll watch it this weekend because I got spoiled on TikTok. So I know some things that happened like in one. I was like, oh fuck, I gotta really watch it. But it made me want to watch it, so it didn't make me mad. Like, yeah, I heard it was good, but god. Proud Family is a classic. Proud Family. Ooh. Yeah, these ninja combos is kind of lit. Boondocks is legendary. Boondocks is a classic black show. I be feeling conflicted about that show because it's like the problem with the Boondocks is I feel like everybody who watched it loves the Boondocks, but I don't feel like everybody who watches the Boondocks loves it for the right reasons. And that's not the show's fault. It's because people are fucking stupid. But I feel like in order to really deeply appreciate the Boondocks, you do have to be an intelligent person. I feel like the average person was laughing at the show on a surface level when really it was a really good commentary on black culture. Social commentary is a good way of putting it. Yeah. Is the satire that goes. I feel like a lot of people like the Boondocks because of Riley. Fuck you, fuck your mama. My president is black. My Lambo's blue. When he was doing like the drug dealing, like that stuff is funny, but I feel like a lot of stuff goes over people's heads. Even something as simple as like the character of Huey, I feel like that goes over people's heads. Because I feel like it's obvious what Riley represents, but then like I feel like with Huey, people don't understand that, yeah, what he stood for was a good thing, but Huey's character was deeply flawed as well because he was a child. He was a child that was too engraved in wokeness to the point where he didn't know how to relax and have fun. And that is an archetype in the black community. That is an archetype. There was a message in his character. So I feel like in order to like really appreciate that show on a deeper level, you do have to be a certain level of intelligence. Lil Hotep in training. Yup. And because of it, like he missed out on a lot of fun because he was always just fucking angry. You got to sit back and think. But yeah, Boondocks is definitely like a fucking classic. I was surprised because my dad told me this past summer he loved the Boondocks. I was surprised by that. My mom was like, "You watched the Boondocks?" He was like, "Yeah, I was watching it on the low." He told me that he started watching the Boondocks because he saw me watching it when I was a kid. And he was like, "What are them little niggas cussing for?" And then he went and watched it. And he realized that it was a really strongly written show and he understood. So he let it slide that I was watching it on the low, basically. I was like, that's fucking funny. Will you ignorant niggas please shut the hell up? The Dr. King episode was great. Where do we go now? Boondocks and South Park have crazy similarities. Yeah, I feel like South Park is Boondocks for white people. But like anybody could appreciate it because I do like I do like South Park. But if that makes sense, I feel like South Park, even though South Park's been around longer, I feel like South Park's the white version of Boondocks. A lot of social commentary.
What was that over there?
Fucking big. My favorite episode of which show? Which show? If you're talking about Boondocks, it's probably the Catcher Freeman episode. You're talking about South Park, either the Chimpokemon episode or the water park one. Too many minorities in my water park. That shit was so fucking ignorant, bro. That shit is ignorant and fucking funny, man. Oh shit. But if you talk about Boondocks, it's the Catcher Freeman episode. That's my favorite episode. When I was free, I say that shit. I quote that shit all the time. When I was free, nigga like me, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like Batman. I'm gonna be flying underwater, nigga. Like, nigga, what the fuck is Batman? Like, oh shit. Oh, and then I also like that episode of another one I can think of. The episode where they covered the history of Uncle Ruckus. Like Boondocks is great because every character is an archetype in the black community. And I feel like you have to be intelligent to understand. I feel like it's obvious what Uncle Ruckus represents. But then I don't feel like it's as obvious what Huey represents or even the little light-skinned girl. Tom's daughter, the confused mixed girl. Every character was an archetype in the black community. That shit was fucking great. That's a great show. The first 2 seasons. The 3rd season was okay. It had its moments, and after that, we don't acknowledge anything else. Yeah, Jasmine. But another one of my favorite episodes was the Uncle Ruckus episode when he found out that he was actually black. The quote, and I'm paraphrasing, it was something along the lines. I remember him laying in the bed, and he was like, "When I thought I was white, I had 100 jobs." He's like, "Now that I'm black, I can't find work." He said, "I can't find a job. All of a sudden, I can't find a job." That shit had me cracking the fuck up, man. Oh my goodness. Did I just catch you reading, nigga? The hell are you doing? I'm 102% black and 2% error margin of error. Let's get you having fun.
No better time to snatch valuables than when everyone's distracted.
The basketball episode too, I love that one. When Riley, he was like, Riley scored like 100 points or some shit, and they interviewed him. He was dreaming. Damn, Shaq, are you saying that Riley can score more points, get more money, and fuck more bitches than you? Absolutely. He said, Riley, is there anything you can't do on the basketball court? I don't know, nigga. Boo. You tried the co-op yet? I have not had anybody to run with, but we will be on it. Trust me. We will be on it. Yeah, go broke. That's what he said. Go broke. The death poke. I don't know where to go now. Also, I haven't checked gear in a while. Oh, hold on. I gotta get my points back. Where are my points at? Is it the yellow icon? This one?
Who's that?
My points back. Oh. It is the yellow? Okay. I think I gotta play ninja more because I did select the ninja class. Bitch, shut up. I'm not, yeah, I quote that to this day. I'm not going to jail and getting anally raped so you can listen to Usher. Like, that shit is great. That's the type of show I wish I could have been like a voice actor.
One.
Oh yeah, your ability to like chain a combo with the knives. Bye bye. Huh? Yeah, I wouldn't let that shit happen to me though. Every nigga is a star. Okay, I guess I gotta go this way to get my runs back. Yeah, and then there it is. And then I was thinking, what did he do to make them niggas that bad? A shrine has been registered. I'm near a shrine.
Where are we supposed to run?
Yeah, they don't make shows like that no more. I feel like they don't take risks, man. We need some. Where the risk takers at? I found one nice. Okay, we're going the right way. Where the risk takers at, man? I need a show that takes a risk, is got some commentary to it. That's my type of comedy. That shit that has social commentary. Secret skills, text used to learn, throw blade counter. What that mean? He said, wait a minute. I'm white. This here is a nigga mode. What do I want to build? Oh, I didn't even peep that. So it tells you what weapons scale with the stats. That's cool. Too bad I don't know what kind of weapon I'm using. What do I have? Oh, I'm assuming the red ones are the ones that I have. Red ones that I have. What'd he say? He said, gangsta. He's gay, is it? Yeah, Riley. He's gay. Oh, shit. That makes me gay, doesn't it? Yup. So I got the red one. Also, all these scale with. This raises my health. Stamina, tenema. We'll do stamina. I got that thug in love. Thug in love. Recovers 30% of Amrita left at your grave when you die. Increases life restored by elixirs by 15%. For Charlie Murphy and Samuel Jackson were the two crazy white dudes. The Wiggers. The Wiggers. Changed on the Nekomata. Jutsu damage. Aerial. I'm a ninja. Let's try this one. I got that thug in love. Too bad you can't get away with half the jokes from the Boondocks now. I disagree. I disagree. I personally believe that everything is funny and you can get away with whatever you want. It has to be funny. You have to stick to landing. The problem is, I don't think writers, and especially like social media stars, they're just not funny. I think that's the biggest issue. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm an example. I say a lot of shit on this stream that I don't think would fly on other streams. And it's because of my delivery. I think I make it very clear that I'm joking. And the way that I deliver the joke. But there's levels to this shit. So I disagree. I think Hollywood is not investing in strong writers, though. I will say that much. But you can get away with anything. Trust me. I've been to a comedy club recently. They still saying wild shit. Fucking dog hair, man. Yeah, I think Hollywood does need to invest in new talent the same way the music industry needs to bring A&Rs back. It's just a lack of investment across the board. Have you seen the Stream Awards? They're not funny. Exactly. They're not funny and they're not good hosts. It's an actual skill that a lot of the streamers don't realize. Like, I think somebody said, like, on my previous stream, or it was in the comments of one of my videos. No, it was a tweet. He said what he really loved about the GI podcast is he's like, I'm starting to realize how good of a host TBH is. Because he's like, I can't watch other podcasts. He's like, not only are you informative and funny, but you know how to pace a conversation. You know how to keep it moving and keeping everybody engaged. I appreciated that comment. I was like, yeah, it's an actual skill set. And to be fair, I wasn't good at that shit. If you go back and listen to the first episode of the GI podcast, I was all over the place. It's something you naturally get better at, but the problem with a lot of these streamers, they think because they're popular, they can just do whatever the fuck they want. And you have the free will to do whatever you want, but does that mean you're going to be good? No. If you want to be good like anything else, because it's also possible they can do it. You got to practice. I personally feel like if I hosted the streamer, it'd be way better. But I'm not part of the streamer Illuminati, so. Out the Corvette with the sub, and I saw you just followed too. Welcome to That's What the Fuck We Like. New viewers that turn up. The fuck we like. I just did a better job prior. I don't remember. Look at that. Bitch, sit down. I feel like I'm getting better. This is the training arc. The only thing is I don't really. Oh, there's an icon on the map. My dumbass. I haven't been paying attention. I'm like, where do I go? An icon on the map. You having fun? I am enjoying the game. It's a bit of a learning curve because although it is a Souls game, it doesn't play like Elden Ring. But I feel like I'm getting a hang of the combo system. Also, you don't get any iframes off the dodge. That took a second to get used to. Not everyone deserves a platform as a perfect example. For Kai versus Speed, there are iframes on the dodge. It don't feel like it. Maybe I just suck. Watch it. No, you're just ass. You said talking about platforms like Speed versus Rakai. I don't really get too much into who deserves a platform and who doesn't. Unless you're a fucking pedophile and a creep, then you should be platformed. What I will say about Rakai, and I'm gonna leave this alone because everything I know about Rakai is against my own will. Unfortunately, I've never watched a stream. That's not my demographic. I'm a grown ass, so I've only seen clips on Twitter. Based off what I've seen, I am curious to see how everybody responds to him when he's no longer a minor. When you can't hide behind the concept of, oh, he's 16, he's 17. I'm curious to see how that changes the content. And I'm gonna leave it at that. And I'll say this too, like he's an example of why I'm glad the internet really wasn't a thing when I was a kid, because I just don't think, I think you should let kids be kids. I'm gonna leave it at that. If not, it manifests into something very negative. All right, how the fuck do I get to that objective question? Ooh. That's shout out the Wired Soul with the sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, you tired, ain't you? Oh. What? Hammer time. Not the action. I do like that it feels like the game drops elixirs. Like right there, I feel like it drops potions way more than a traditional Souls game. Which he was coming after. Oh, I knew I wasn't crazy. Which allows for exploration. Speed's recent stuff made me respect him more. Yeah, like his Africa tour and stuff like that. That's cool. I like the old Speed. I didn't like that shit. That wasn't for me. But the new stuff, like when he went to China, that was cool. The stuff he's doing in Africa, that stuff is cool. Like just highlighting different cultures and stuff. I think the favorite thing that I seen, the clip that I seen from Speed, was when he did a tour of the United States, and I think he was like at the Grand Canyon or something like that, and he was talking to some Native Americans, and they were explaining to him what happened, like their tribe or whatever, and he didn't interrupt them. I thought that was pretty cool. Because I feel like with a lot of streamers, you got to understand, you got to know when to let your content breathe and give people space. But seems like we're seeing Speed growing up in real time. Character development is a real thing. It's important to let people, you know, evolve. Like I said, my biggest issue with Gen Z is a lot of y'all would not have allowed Malcolm Little to become Malcolm X. Malcolm in the middle. That's not what I said. Shout out to Health with the sub. Appreciate it. I don't have it. Oh, let me change my weapon. Wait, I think I'm long overdue to upgrade. Yeah, a hammer does 5 as well. Aerial attack does. Oh, this does 201. I thought this said Biden. I thought this was the Biden blade. Biden blast. Oh shit. Well, put that one on. Does 123. I think I have anything better. No, it does 163. I don't have a better bow. That's a good saying for real. This gen is overly critical of everything. I believe in second. There's certain things you can't come back from. Like lock that nigga, Doctor. Hey, you're a pedophile. You can't come back from. But there are certain things I believe, like you know, I feel like people judge people too harshly on the internet. I feel like with the internet, if you do something wrong, like everybody looks at you like you're Hitler, and I'm like, bruh, there's levels to evil. Somebody apologizes and they're being genuine. Like it's not my place to judge you. Also, that takes a lot of energy to be fucking angry all the time. This one's 35. This one's 41. Auto life recovery off the fleck. Let me hold that. Yeah, nobody's perfect. Yeah, you got to give people some grace, basically. Now, if they keep fucking up, that's a little bit different, but who am I to speak? I'm not perfect. Speaking of Biden blast, thank God Dragon Ball Evolution was made, or we would have never had Dragon Ball Super. Do you accept Kanye's apology? That nigga. Like I said, there's certain things you can't come back from. Like that he'll be ranting in a month from now. Yo, shout out to Stacks Montana with the big raid. Appreciate you. When he put on that damn Black Clan suit, I was like, yeah, you out your rabbit ass mind, bro. Where the ball and gun game's at? It got a bow and arrow in it, so that's kind of like a gun. That's the precursor to the gun, basically. We got the Crimson Gauntlets, Proud of the Crimson Army, faster key recovery. I think that's the best. Shout out to Nightmare with the sub. Appreciate it. You flying me out to Creator Day for 2K27? Let me blow some wind on Ronnie's wig. You see if it come off or if he used glue. Yo, shout out to Uncle Spam with the raid, the big 35 raid. Okay. But what's going on today, man? This is the 4th time I got raided today. Why everybody showing me love today? What the fuck going on? I appreciate the raid. That shit random as hell. Kanye died in 2020. He died before that for me. I was done with Kanye when he started talking that Black Nazi shit. That first album, like right after Twisted Dark Fantasy, I was done with him. I was like, yeah, I'm off that. We not listening. No, he was the Black Skinhead album. When he was talking that, which is Nazi shit. So yeah, Yeezus. After I was done with him at Yeezus, I knew exactly where that was going, and I remember I got a lot of hate for criticizing that album, and I ended up being right. Like that nigga's about to go off on the fucking long run. But that's when I was done with him. I'm like, yeah, I'm good off that. I'm always gonna appreciate his classic albums, like, but other than that, I don't know what the fuck he got going on. Better thing I got here. 37, 38. What else we got? A fan. What does this do? E recovery speed is increased. Life recovery. I don't. Soul core drop. People have to realize if you were a bad person but then apologize, everyone isn't gonna forgive you. They have to do it. Yeah, that's true. Everybody's not gonna forgive you. There's a lot of people who hate me. Yeah, I told you. Like when I was working for G4, that's when I found out that there were people passing around old clips of me, trying to get me canceled. Nobody had nothing to say about me until I got on television. So like you're absolutely right. Like it doesn't matter how much you apologize, how much you changed. There's somebody waiting in the cut to tear you down, and you gotta charge it to the game. You gotta charge it. But there's certain things I do think you can't come back from. Snakes in the grass, Just gotta charge it to the game. I look at it like if nobody hates you, you're not doing something right. Like everybody likes you, that means you don't got an actual opinion. I'm gonna be honest. That is some LA shit for real. Well, the clips were getting passed around on Discord, so it wasn't LA shit. It was internet shit. It's just a lot of people that don't like me on the low for no reason. I've been told by other creators that I've done content with that like they've had people DM them about me just talking shit, and they'll just like ignore it because it's so confused. Like I don't bother anybody. Like you gotta understand, like when you're doing good, some people just are not gonna like you. As long as you're being a decent person, what does it matter? Oh, you gotta go across the bridge probably. See, there's a gun right here. Little bow and arrow. Let's ISO him. I hope he ain't attacking. We're good. Actually, no, I'm bugging. Spam him. Don't get close to me. I did not mean to do that. Oh my fucking god. I wasted my ult. I fat fingered Chet. Fuck it. We go running. I gotta use this shit up. It's Neo 3. The demo is available right now. It's free. And your save file carries over to the full game. It's on PC and PS5. Fuck! Get my shit clap. Bruh! You gotta be kidding. Fucking hate this. You hit. Whatever, dude. My bad. I had to lock in for a second. What up, Rock? Did it? All right, so I think I have to go this way. This is where I've been fucking up. Has Nikki gone too far? Oh yeah, Nikki's out of here. Nikki's out of here. That's actually a great example of like a recent one. She's out of here. Full blown Kunosaurus. She didn't even soft launch the coonery. She went full blown. She's a Tyrannosaurus coon.
Like hell, it's
Kunosaurus Rex.
damn that Shingen.
Pack her up. Especially because she posted a picture. She got the golden Trump card. Yeah, I don't know if y'all saw that.
Treat the castle like that.
So she did all that cooning on stage because she want. For those unaware, you can buy American citizenship for $1 million, and Trump will give you a gold card. She basically cooned on stage for her citizenship because for those unaware, she's an illegal immigrant. So I say deport her. Well, we can't now because technically she's a citizen. She got the gold card.
The person mentioned by the messenger from Hitakoto Slope earlier.
The card was a phony? Oh, so she still ain't got her citizenship. Yeah, pack her up.
You are the samurai who fells yokai.
Any of them barbs defending that shit are fucking psychos. So they played her. They gave her a fake one. You cooned for nothing. That's crazy. Hey, it ain't so. I gotta look that up. I know I'd be heated. Steam coming out my ears. You cooned for free? For free?
This way. I am now Tora. I will guide you.
I'm so glad I got to hear this take live. My take on coons is not a secret. It's deaf to all coons. Somebody in my chat. Never mind. That's how I feel. It's deaf to all coons. I believe in order to make it to the promised land, some people got to get left behind. It is what it is. I don't feel nothing for them because they turned their back on us.
Beyond lies
I got a teammate.
Different from
I want to be ninja.
Of the yokai. None who have entered have ever returned. We call this accursed land the Crucible.
It can't be. Is this truly the castle town?
I'm gonna go this way. I know we're supposed to go this way. I just want to look what's going on over.
We should stay together.
Shut the fuck up. Just trying to see what's going on over. It's all just for design? This double? Apparently she's broke too and keeps tweeting. Whole family full of pedophiles. Stood next to a pedophile on stage, and she cooned. If me personally, if I was Drake, man, I'd be loving what Nicki's doing right now, man, because he's had a disaster PR year over the past couple of years. The downfall of Young Money's got to be studied. At least she took some of the heat off. Lil Wayne is a fucking coon. Drake got destroyed. And now Nicki. Like the Young Money documentary is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. I did not foresee this shit. I just need the Young Money documentary to start off with. And then I said, and I got a nigga grocery bag. And then the beat drops. Ooh, baby. Young Money. The document. This is our story. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can level up. Oh, that's your girl? I thought I recognized her. I put my pussy on a sideburn. In the Crucible and the Lesser Crucibles, Yokai's attacks will be more powerful. Additionally, attacks by enemies will inflict life corrosion, will temporarily decrease your maximum life. However, the Armida grids will quickly fill here, thus leaving living artifacts is easier to activate while in those locations. Additionally, so the rules change just a little bit harder. Okay. And I got a nigga. Roast. Sure, let's do it. You think Drake's still calling his album Iceman? I think he's stupid if he does. I feel like he should only call it Iceman if he waits like a couple years to see where the political climate is. But in this political climate, calling your album Iceman is dumb. I mean, Drake stands, they won't care, but people who are like casuals, that the references might get caught, might get lost in translation. I think it would be bad PR. Maybe change it to like Still Cold, Cold Man, Frosty the Snowman or something. I don't know. The statue unlocked. While in the Crucible, you can only fast travel and leave the Crucible while near and so this is the fast travel. Get it? Mr. Freeze, something else.
Do you think that creature was born from the Crucible? I've never seen a yokai like it before.
Don't make me press the red button. I'll press the red button. I don't trust it. I feel like it's bullshit.
What's the situation on the outside?
Cold Man is crazy. I mean, instead of Iceman, maybe change the album to call it Bobby Drake. That's Iceman's name, right? And his name is Drake. That actually might work. Like, I'm changing the name from Iceman to Bobby Drake. The album. Then you got to have a song on there called X-Men. Go ahead and call it Aubrey. I'm surprised he hasn't done an album called Aubrey. Are you excited for the Cole album Friday? Is it confirmed it's coming Friday? I don't know about excited, but I'll listen to it. I pre-ordered the vinyl, so I mean... You know what album is fire that I've been listening to? I don't want to say fiber. It's like a 7.5. It's cool. I listened to the Don Toliver album because some of y'all put me on. I didn't know it came out. I didn't get a notification, but I've listened to the album all the way through like 6 times because I had to take a little road trip. It's got some bangers on there. It's a good little vibe. That nigga ain't saying nothing, but it's got good production. It's a nice little vibe album. It bangs in the whip. That joint crank. But just don't expect him to say nothing. I would, because I actually like Don Toliver. I would like to see him evolve and like have some depth to his music. Like, you can still do the bangers, but like, I don't know. It's hard listening to an album for 20 tracks straight where you just like a too tough singing ass nigga, bruh. You listen to Bad Bunny? Why? Because I look Dominican? Nah, I don't know any Bad Bunny songs. I will be watching the Super Bowl though, just like niggas get mad at him. You know who gonna get mad. All right, can I sneak him? Probably not. Can I shoot him? Ooh. That hit. 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 Struggling out here. Hold up. Bro, die! Bro, what? What I hate about every fucking Souls game, you get somebody down to their last 10% health, and all of a sudden they got unlimited health. Here come the bullshit. Can you die? What weapons you like? I like this Soul Calibration. Currency is the only Young Money artist that's doing good and not Conan. Currency's not part of you. You just wanted to flex your hip hop knowledge. Yeah, Currency is not considered a part of Young Money. For those unaware, Currency was the original artist signed to Young Money, but he never released a project. He left before he ever released anything because he saw what was about to happen. So like nobody counts Currency as Young Money. You just wanted to flex your hip hop knowledge. I know what you. He just wanted to flex. Well, actually, Currency only Young Money artist that's not coding because he's not really Young Money. All right. Oh, do I have a better map? I don't like this shit, bruh. This shit not as drippy. I know the stats better, but this shit not as drippy. It's drip over stats every time. Yeah, this is cool. It's fun. $50.11. There's transmog eventually. Nice. Okay, that's good to know. 23. Fast. I don't got no accessories on. What the freak? Who took my shit off? Grip or drown. I'd rather die looking good than be heavy as fuck. Ugly. All right, where are we going? The objective is that. The most fascinating thing about life is you could have a yokai in your asshole right now and you would never know. Casper the friendly booty ghost. Oh, shit. I guess. How would you know? Like a lot of y'all doubting, but how? Came. How would you fucking know? What dead artist you wish we got more music from? A deceased artist. Aaliyah? I fuck with Aaliyah heavy. Like, I want to send a nigga a 4-page letter. I'm trying to think. I fuck with TLC, so like Left Eye Passing, that sucks. But I'm probably thinking more solo artists. I'm trying to think who else passed. Marvin Gaye. Fuck, man. Especially because Marvin Gaye from DC. Tupac. Okay. Pop Smoke. You want to hear a hot take? Luther Vandross. I fuck with Pop Smoke. Meet the Woo is Meet the Woo. I would say Meet the Woo 1, not 2. Meet the Woo 2 is okay. Meet the Woo 1 is probably a modern classic, like an ignorant. I would say Meet the Woo 1 is Gen Z's hood classic. Kind of like Finally, I feel like Finally Rich from Chief Keef is like the millennial hood classic. I feel like Meet the Woo 1 is like Gen Z's. I'll give y'all that. That was a banger album. Dolph is okay, but like I wasn't a super big Dolph fan. Trying to think who else like passed. But I was about to say, but with Pop Smoke, like a hot take. I don't know how much more interesting his music would have been if he was still alive. Like, not to say that don't take it as I wanted him to pass, but sometimes you do benefit from passing away early because it becomes like this whole what if thing. I don't know if he would have evolved enough as an artist to where I feel like his catalog would have got watered down. Nipsey, I fucked with Nipsey, yeah. Nipsey was cool. Yeah, everybody has a window, and I feel like regardless of what had happened to him, I feel like his window would have been super short. But it's kind of, that's what makes the conversation fun. You don't really know. To be fair. Who else? Artist that passed. Maybe Whitney. Trying to think who else. There's so many damn artists. Prince? Nah. I love Prince, but like, and same thing with Michael Jackson. There's no disrespect to them, but I feel like both of their catalogs are so strong. I feel like this conversation is more reserved for like I want to say wasted potential, but potential we didn't get to see. I feel like Prince and Michael Jackson lived up to their potential, and they both died at like their late 50s. They were still somewhat young, but they did get to live a somewhat fruitful life. I think this conversation is more reserved for like the Tupacs, the Biggies, even like Marvin Gaye. He died at a young age. Although you could argue like, Marvin Gaye's catalog is strong. Jay Dilla, Jay Dilla's production. Yeah, I said Aaliyah. That was the first thing I said, Aaliyah. I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Biggie for sure, especially because Biggie was supposedly trying to leave Bad Boy and start his own label. So you know what the Diddy documentary said. You know what they did to him. Diddy is an evil man. If you have not watched that documentary. Fuck. How do I get around? I feel like X should have taken over the music. Oh, XXXTentacion. There's a couple songs that I liked from him, but I wasn't a super big fan because I don't think I'm qualified for that. I don't really see it with him. I do remember his beef though with what's that dude? He only had one song, Rob something with the what was it? The Kill Bill beat. Rob Stone, 2 Trap Phones, some shit like that. Yeah, people thought he was about to blow. I didn't see it, or whatever the name, Rob Banks. I didn't really see it with that. That beat, that beat carried him. Anybody could have got on that Chill Bill beat and they would have floated. The sample, first of all, the movie's iconic. The sample was iconic, and that's why I don't think he lasted. That beat carried him. Trippie Red's not dead. What are you talking about? I really kill people. All right, buddy. Maybe you shouldn't say that. Yeah, I gotta spam these abilities. You get them back really quickly. Gotta get in the habit of that. Pick up that. How you feel about the 2016 music era on SoundCloud? Yeah, that wasn't my generation. I was already an adult. In 2016, depending on the month, I was either 25 or 26. So, like, in my opinion, when I hear Gen Z talk about 2016, I think it's overrated. I don't think it was that great. I think a lot of y'all was just little kids. Like, maybe, like, one of the Views came out. Like, I remember when Views came out, people was not fucking with that. Like, it had a couple of joints on there. I feel like that shit is just y'all trying to relive your childhood. Because from what I remember, when the adults was talking about Views, it wasn't that good of an album. Like, I think y'all was young. Yeah, in my opinion, Views is when he started to go downhill. That was like the pinpoint right there. Views got trashed. Yeah, but when you ask people about the 2016 era, that's what they always talk about. I'll be like, yeah, I don't know. I always say 2016 is overrated because the current situation that we are in right now politically is because of 2016. I generally just feel like a lot of y'all miss y'all youth, but I was 26 back then. No, the world would not be on fire if you niggas voted right in 2016. And we just when that nigga came down the elevator and said, I'm thinking about running for president, we should have stomped his ass out. Motherfuckers thought that shit was funny and entertained them jokes. Yeah, the correct timeline, Bernie would have been the damn president. Facts. That's the correct, we on the wrong timeline. That XXL freshman freestyle was not that great. That shit was a meme. Views was cool, but nothing crazy. That's what I would say. Views was cool, but it was nothing crazy. I feel like that's when you can pinpoint his downfall. But it has some bangers on there. Like, I like Western Road Flows on there. That's actually one of my favorite Drake songs. But I was in high school in 2016. That's what I'm saying. I personally feel, as somebody who was an adult in 2016, people who look back on 2016, you were just kids back then, and you're nostalgic for that because if you're Gen Z and you were in high school in 2016, you're now at that age where you're creeping up on 30 and you're starting to get nostalgic. Like you're starting to realize like, damn, we ain't the young people no more. Like all the millennial jokes ain't funny no more, is it? Now that Gen Alpha up. That's all it is. It's nostalgia. But like, go back and watch that 2016 XXL Fresh. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. That shit was ass. What are y'all talking about? It's a knife. Lil Mosey. I still like it. You can like it and still acknowledge that shit was ass, but 2016 was overrated. I wouldn't say it was a bad year, but it was overrated. The way people be hyping that shit up, bro. I think y'all like 2016 because that was one of the last few years where things felt normal. On my fade. Bitch. Fuck going on. You see the combos? Oh! I got him. Cool, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. It is satisfying to hit that counter. All right, Zangief. Shout out to Siggy with the big raid. We didn't run no co-op. What the fuck going on? It's just funny to me the way that people talk about the XXL 2016 class as if previous classes weren't definitively, but we're talking about there was classes with J. Cole, Kendrick in there, Wale, Wiz Khalifa. 2016 was not that great, guys. Like, motherfuckers was just kids. You got covers with Kendrick on that bitch, and you talking about some, that shit was right, dude. That shit was a meme. It was a meme. Yeah, you had Big Sean on the cover. Like, XXL used to actually mean something. I'd actually argue 2016 is when I would pinpoint XXL became trash. Like, it wasn't taken seriously. Like, that used to be a cultural event. Like, oh, these motherfuckers got next in rap. That's when the shit became a meme. And it just got worse. How the fuck do I get up there? Am I bugging? Do you think Nothing Was the Same was better than Views? Absolutely. Nothing Was the Same. That's probably my favorite Drake album. That's the one with the clouds, right? His big ass head on the clouds. That's probably my favorite Drake album. I don't think that one has any skips on it. That's the closest I would say, in my opinion, he has to a classic. I take that back. There's a couple skips. That's why I say it's close. Cause like I don't count Take Care because that's a Weeknd album. Take Care is a classic. Yeah, it's a classic Weeknd album. Definitely. Oh, can I hit it? So yeah, I think Nothing Was the Same is the best Drake album. You said thank you for saying this. I don't participate in revisionist history. Take Care was nothing but House of Balloons Part 2. Y'all not ready for that. Y'all not ready for that conversation. Y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. House of Balloons. Y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. Oh shit. Said for real, thank you. You about to make all the right people angry and I'm here for it. They can get over it. I don't care. I didn't say it was a bad album. I just said that motherfucker didn't write half that shit. And you know another one of my favorite Drake albums is the one he did right, the Quentin Miller album. Oh shit. If you're reading this, it's too late. It's a great Quentin Miller album. Man, I don't know where the fuck to go. Because I can't open that damn door. 2016 was a great class because of Lil Uzi, Kodak, 21 Savage, Lil Yachty, Denzel Curry, Anderson .Paak, Designer, G Herbo, Dave East, and I like Dave East. It Was Written is a great album. I wouldn't call it classic, but that's a great album. I like a few of G Herbo's things, but I saw the argument that nobody on that 2016. The problem with that, like calling it iconic, is nobody on that thing has dropped a classic album. If I look at that list, there are good albums. great, but there ain't no classic albums on here. Lil Uzi Vert ain't dropped no classic. He has banger songs. Kodak Black ain't dropped no classic album. He's drugged out. 21 Savage make the same damn song. Lil Yachty's best album is that damn experimental like funk album, but I wouldn't call that shit a classic. Denzel, Love Is Rage is not a... Wow, I'll fight y'all to death. Okay. I've seen some people argue Denzel Curry. I can admit I'm not a big Denzel Curry fan. I'm like, I have a bias toward that. If y'all want to argue maybe Denzel, I'll give you that. But Anderson .Paak, I would say he doesn't have a classic album. Some people try to say the album with Oh Boy, but I'm like, that was a duo album. That wasn't a solo. Designer. I have a designer, bro. So yeah, Silk Sonic. That's not his album. That was a collab album. Uzi got a couple classics. I disagree. We've had this conversation so many times on stream. Guys, if you are not willing to buy it, it is not a fucking classic. If you don't have the CD, the vinyl, I don't care how many times you streamed it. If you don't own it or willing to own it, it ain't a fucking classic. Because when you really gotta put up, that's why I said that Michael Jackson. I wish people would stop talking about Drake and Michael Jackson. I was alive during Michael Jackson. It wasn't the same. When you gotta walk in the store and purposely buy an album, I'm not saying some of y'all wouldn't, but I guarantee you if I lined 10 of y'all up and said, would you buy Life is Rage and hold that shit? Half of y'all be like, okay, exactly. I don't want to hear that shit. Some of y'all would, but some of y'all would back. I don't really like it that much. Yeah, you spending the 20 or not? That's what. Why is my shit fucking up? That's what I want to know. Are you 20 or not? Versus, and let me give you an example. Versus saying like, all right, bro, you got 20 bucks in your pocket. Would you buy Thriller if you didn't own it? I bet you most of y'all would. Why is my controller fucking up? She keeps doing this shit. I bet you most of y'all would buy it without a like. But I got to debate back and forth with y'all about Love Is Rage. It ain't a classic. It's fucking up. Okay, there we go. I don't know what the fuck that was. She was spazzing out. I would buy 2. Yeah, if you're willing to put your money where your mouth is, I will accept that answer. But the problem is when I bring that up into the equation, people won't buy it. I bet you I shoot this motherfucker. Not everything's got to be a classic. Bang, and that's a fair argument too. Because to be fair, I'm not saying they're trash artists. I'm just saying they don't got classics like that. I say I actually really love It Was Written by Dave East. It's almost a classic, but it's got a few skippables on there. It's got a few skippables. A lot of y'all be like, Dave East, what about Love Is Rage? I want to hear it if you never heard the album. You ain't on a different type of time. What's your definition of a classic? No skips. It is subjective, but no skips. Me personally, I only buy vinyls that have no skips. Because the thing is, you can pick what song you want to listen to on vinyl, but you got to move the needle and be very specific. I don't be in the mood to do that shit. If you can't put the album on and just let it rock, it ain't a classic. I don't know where the fuck to go. I can agree on that. I can put on Off the Wall and I will not skip a fucking song. And that, oh wait, are we going right there? Garden, what's up? For me, substance matters. Uzi's music is recycled. And that's why I say the music, it's not that I'm trying to shit on y'all childhood. And maybe because I'm old, I refuse. I have a hard time believing you, the Gen Z viewer, 20 years from now, when you got kids, I have a hard time believing you are going to play Love Is Rage at the barbecue. Because at one point, you're going to be old. That's what I mean when I say a classic. Shit that you would proudly show somebody. Good Kid, Mad City for me. Good Kid, Mad City is a classic. It is a classic. I don't believe it. I don't believe it that you will be playing it. You said, I don't play it now. Yeah, when we was kid, we used to listen to Push Me to the Edge, All My Friends Is Dead. You're not playing that shit, bro. You're gonna play the same music your fucking parents played. That Teddy Pendergrass, that Michael Jackson, that Prince, that Bobby Brown, that New Edition. Because good shit never ages. Forest Hill Drive. Forest Hills is a classic. It is a classic. That's what I'm saying. I just feel like y'all nostalgic for 2016 because that was the one decent year y'all had. But like my millennial generation, this is why they call it the Big Three. We waiting. Where the Gen Z Big Three at? We need the millennial Big Three to retire. They old, but there's nothing. Nobody's dropping fucking classics from Gen Z. And I'm not even on no hater shit because I want y'all. I like good music. I'm a fan of music. But it's like a lot of people make music nowadays for the fucking algorithm, bruh. Pimp a Butterfly is a classic. I think it is. I would say Good Kid, Mad City, Pimp a Butterfly, and Damn are classics. Section 80 almost. I did like Section 80, but almost. Tyler, the Creator. Tyler, the Creator is a millennial artist. I like some of his newer stuff. I have a hard time believing when you 50 years old talking to your kids, you're going to be like, hey, put that Playboy Cardi on. This is what we used to listen to. A beep, 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 beep. Playboy Cardi music sound like when I'm talking to Aki. Aki. Beep, 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 beep. Hey. Beep, 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 beep. See? Beep, 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 beep. Fuck out of here. I don't believe it. I could be wrong. I could have ended up being wrong. Y'all send me the videos when y'all get to that age of playing that Playboy vampire music, okay? I don't believe it. But we gonna be all right. That's always gonna be a banger. That's always. Listen, and I know bangers. Die Lit sound good, bro. It sounds good right now, but I listen. At bare minimum, I appreciate everybody keeping the conversation respectful. Nobody being disrespectful. But you gotta trust y'all OG on this, because I'm older than most of y'all in the chat, and I be right about a lot of shit. What y'all are not accounting for, and this is what I'm trying to explain to some of y'all who are younger. You might be 23, 24, 25. Your brain is going to the chemistry in your brain is literally going to change the older you get. The way you hear and see and perceive things is going to be different. And I promise you, not everybody, some of you might stick with it. But I guarantee a lot of you are going to get older and say, what the fuck was I thinking? Classics are good to children, middle age, and elder is good to everybody. Trap Soul of 2015 is still the best R&B album that year. Is that would he be Gen Z or millennial? I don't know where I would put him. Maybe like younger millennial. I would say maybe Trap Soul's classic. I have that on vinyl. I cannot listen to Trap Soul today. That's fair. It's a mix. He might be like younger millennial, like on that cusp. I would say that's like, I would say Trap Soul is like it's more of a modern classic. I feel like that's one of those songs, one of those albums a lot of people like really love. That and Channel Orange. But Channel Orange is a millennial album, I think. Channel Orange is a classic to me. I love that album. All right, we're going. Oh, I'm getting pieced up. The Carter 3. I get a lot of flack. I don't think the Carter 3 is a classic. I'm gonna be honest. I remember I got a lot of hate for that shit in high school. That came out when I was in high school. I don't think that shit is a classic. I think it's an okay album, but I don't think the Carter 2 is a classic. If you really know your rap, Carter 1's all right too. The Carter 2 is a classic, but the Carter 3, no. I think the Carter 3 had fucked up. I think the Carter 3 had potential to be a classic, but all his good material leaked before the album came out. So when the album finally came out, it kind of was like the leftovers. I feel like the classic version of Carter 3 is on the mixtapes. The Drought is Over 3 and shit. Daniel Caesar's first album is a classic. Yeah, but he's a coon, so we don't care. Coon classics don't matter. We don't care. That nigga sit on a microphone singing about love and shit, and then get off the microphone and disrespect black women. No, we don't listen to coon classics. No, thank you. That nigga was cool until he opened his snaggle too fast mouth. And the worst part is he's still on that shit. He just did an interview like maybe some time passed and he learned. Because I believe in forgiveness, right? He hasn't learned. He literally just did an interview like 2 weeks ago on the Breakfast Club saying coon shit. No coon classics. Oh, that nigga's weird. I hate that he came out and said that about our community. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. Go back to Canada with that shit. We do not want to hear that. Lil Wayne has better remixes for me. It's 2016. I would say Carter 2 is, but Carter 3 is just a cool album. I would say it's cool, but like I wouldn't call it a classic. If you want to talk classic Wayne, the Carter 2, and then that one mixtape with DJ Cannon, the white, black, and like red one. What was that one called? That one was a classic too. The Dat Piff era. No, not the Drought. Was it the Drought? It was the one where he was like, I remember the last song he was talking about Hurricane Katrina and the levee. Dedication 2. Yeah, that's a classic mixtape. Dedication 2. Shoot a nigga in his arm or leg. Tell him catch up like mayonnaise. Like that one. I think that was Dedication 2. No Ceilings was cool too. I stand on it though. That's my stance. If I ask you, are you willing to put your money up? If you're not willing to buy the album, it's not a classic. That's my stance. Well, I don't buy every Jay-Z album. You said Cushion Orange Juice. I think Wiz Khalifa only has one classic. Some people really like Cabin Fever. I thought it was okay, but I think his one classic is Cushion Orange Juice. I'm going back. I'm yapping, bro. I'm fucking yapping. I love Cabin Fever has bangers on it, but it has skippables on a lot of skippables to me too. Play that shit to this day, bro. Cushion Orange Juice, that was like my Bible in my early 20s, bro. Instead of worrying about who she fucking, why don't you get you some money? 9 times out of 10, she see me stunting. That was the code I live by, bruh. I don't love him. I don't chase him. I duck him. I wouldn't. And I knew Cushion Orange Juice was a classic off rip when that shit came out, because I've never smoked weed a day in my life. I don't smoke. I don't drink, and I still love that album. Same thing with Rick James music too. I love Rick James. That nigga be talking about coke. I still love his music, bruh, because that shit is a vibe. I'm in love with Mary Jane. She's my main thing. I don't know where to go, Chad. I'm lost. I don't know how to get over this fucking area. And it kind of goes back to what he was saying, like women, children, like everybody loves that shit. It's able to break through those barriers. Like something can be good without it being a classic, and that's okay. He talked about drugs so elegantly. Like it's telling me to go back here. Oh wait, I dropped my runes over here. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm supposed to go right here. Cool. No! All right, I gotta run it. Hold on. Let me lock in. Get the fuck out the way, bitch. Shout out to all the coon classics, though. Hey, so let me ask you a question, because I just said Daniel Caesar got coon classics. We don't count those. What about Nicki Minaj? I never liked her music. I thought she had some decent like guest appearances on Versus, but like I was never the demographic. But I know a lot of people consider like some of her albums, her demographic, they consider them classics. So does now that Nicki Minaj is cooning, does she have coon classics now? Is Pink Friday a coon classic? Let me know, chat. Let me know. I could never get into Nikki, and it had nothing to do with her being a woman, because Miseducation of Lauryn Hill is one of my favorite albums, so don't do that. I could never get into Nikki, and I like Lil' Kim. I could never get into Nikki. I just couldn't do the whole multiple personalities thing. I didn't like that shit. That shit was weird. The whole Roman shit. Roman! You don't get this Nickelodeon Disney Channel ass shit off the fucking beat. I just could not get into that. I was like, what this shit? I'm an automobile banter. Okay. I like Rhapsody too. Yeah, I like Rhapsody. She's cool. Yeah, I fuck with. Oh yeah, I definitely love Missy Elliott. I love Missy Elliott. Yeah, I don't want anybody to think that it's a woman thing. It's the demographic. Fuck no, I was not the demographic for that shit. Shit, she was definitely a theater kid. Oh shit. The pink print is the coon classic. Okay, we're going the right way because the light lit. Do I still fuck with Chris Webby? I remember finding out about him from your old outro. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know who that is. Is that a rapper? I'm old, chat. I've made a lot of videos. I don't know. Chris Webby is a MAGA rapper. He's a white rapper. When did I ever fuck with Chris Webby? I don't even know who that is. I think you gotta be trolling. I don't know who the fuck that is. There's no, if he's a MAGA rapper, there's no way I liked him. You listen to rock? On occasion. I'm not gonna lie, my rock bag is pretty small. Just wasn't something that was played in my house like that. So like I like, don't laugh, but I mainly got introduced to rock due to Rock Band and Guitar Hero. They had a lot of bangers on there. Yeah, did he mean Webby the rapper? INDEPE? Did you mean him? But the only rock that I knew I liked before Rock Band and Guitar Hero was Nirvana. I did like that Nirvana album. But other than that, I didn't know shit about that. But Guitar Hero taught me the black hole sun, won't you run, wash away the rain. I fuck with that shit. Black hole sun. I want that album. Fuck. I grew up in a super black ass house, though. Like I just never heard that shit, bro. You don't realize how black you are until you start going into corporate America. And you start saying things that like they have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. Like ask a white person if they ever watched the Hughleys. They'll be like, what? The fuck is the Hughleys? It's like a reminder of how segregated America is. Like we live in completely different universes. Awful show. It wasn't awful. It was okay. Actually, I don't know. I was a kid. I don't know. I just wasn't shit. He said, is that a slur? No, it's not a slur. It was D.L. Hughley's TV show. It's his last name. All right, I'm just going to run past him because I want to get to that other area. Run past him. Baby 101. Two Americas. It is definitely two Americas. Arnez. Bro, what the fuck is the enemy doing back there? Huh? Alright. Let's see. Sister. Like, ask a white person if they ever watched the fucking smack battle. 9 times out of 10, they not gonna know. Like, to white people, this is what I mean when I say the world, and it's okay. Like, we just come from different worlds. Like, to white people, the meme of Conceited, where he goes, like, that's a meme to them from Giphy. I remember being in my college dorm room watching the battle on Smack TV on YouTube. And then like 5 years later, that shit became a meme. I'm out of fucking nowhere, bro. I used to be heavy into that shit. How do I get up there? Oh, okay. Yeah, they don't know about the come up DB. I used to watch the battles at lunchtime religiously. Oh, do I have to run through there to get there? You have a favorite battle rapper? My favorite smack battle rapper, I don't know if he's good anymore, but it's the one everybody said I look like. That shit used to piss me off. Charlie Clips was my favorite smack battler. My favorite grind time battler was what was the Asian dude's name? Charlie Clips had the schemes, nigga. What's the Asian dude's name? Dumbfounded. Yeah, I used to fuck with Dumbfounded heavy. I went to a Dumbfounded concert with one of my Asian homies back when I lived in the DMV. They had like a whole Korean club, and he was like, Dumbfounded is, I think he is Vietnamese. He was like, Dumbfounded is in town. He in DC. He's like, we should go see. It was the first time I ever been to a rap club where everybody in there was Asian and I was the only black person. That shit was weird, bruh. In a good way. Like, it just threw me off. I was like, what the fuck is this? Well, y'all exist? What the hell is this shit? It was cool. But yeah, I used to love Dumbfounded and Charlie Clips. Arsenal was I. What was the light-skinned dude that Joe Budden battled? He was cool too. Yeah, Hitman Hollow was cool. Goods was cool. It's that stuff, Sue Surf, all that stuff started to get redundant to me. Like all the gun bars. It's not it was cool when I was in my 20s, but after a while I was like, all right, bro, we get it. You niggas got guns. Like, my gun got a gun on a gun and a gun and a gun and a gun with a look. Oh no, they used to say the German. My German. I never heard the term German Luger. I only heard that 2 times in my lifetime. During social studies, when we learned about World War II, you learned about the German Luger. And then 10 years later, during smack battles and shit. My German Luger got a Luger on it, got a booger on a Luger. I'm like, why is everybody using a fucking German Luger, bro? That's a fucking World War II. What are we talking, that damn old ass pistol? Battle rappers love the German Luger, bro. Like, what do you think about Murder Mook? I was never a fan. Murder Mook low-key fucked up the game. Hold on, yeah, my fucking... I gotta beat his ass. Murder Mook low-key fucked up the game. Because people forget. Battle rap used to be freestyling at the park after dark. That's what the people who are older than me, that's how they used to rap. Hip hop, we freestyle at the park at the dark. That's how and it used to be off the top of the head. And then Murder Mook kind of fucked up the game because I remember he battled, was it Reed Dollars? It was somebody that was signed to Rock Nation or something like that. It was like a big deal. It was like on the Smack DVDs. He battled, no, it was Jay Mills. It was Jay Mills. Murder Mook versus Jay Mills. Jay Mills came and he was freestyling during the battle like you're expected to. And Murder Mook came and he was rapping shit that was clearly written. And after that, everybody started rapping. I kind of miss when people came out the top of the dome. But, you know, I also appreciate the written shit too. Another Young Money dropout. And people used to hate Mook because he would always show up prepared while everybody else was free. The nigga was cheating, basically. But what was it? That was a classic battle. I think that was like the last time I was really into it. Loaded Lux versus Calico. He called Calico's dad a bitch ass nigga. I remember that shit. I fell out of, I think I started falling out of it because after that battle, Loaded Lux battled somebody else. And he fell into the trap of playing a character. Oh my. He showed up dressed as like a Black Panther, and I was just like, bro, what the fuck is this goofy ass shit? Yeah, you another lost nigga is a great scheme. Like that battle is a classic. Him versus Calico. That he walked Calico down and made him look really bad. And it's crazy too, because Calico was like a top contender back then. But like after that, he lost all his aura. And then right after that, Loaded Lux battled somebody else. And he came dressed as like a Black Panther. And I feel like he was trying too hard to recreate the moment with Calico. I feel like the Calico moment, it worked because it was so natural and organic about him chasing the ghost of his father, trying to be like this big gangster, and him saying, you just another lost nigga. Like, it just naturally worked. But after that, he followed it up dressed as like a Black Panther. He was like, oh, y'all niggas lost. I'm like, all right, bro, we get it. All right. Assad Shakur, we get it, bro. Like, we fucking get it. Don DeMarco. I just looked up. I realized it was fucking 11 o'clock. Once you started doing that shit, I'm like, bro, he kind of boxed himself in, unfortunately. We're gonna run past. He called Calico's daddy Big Meech backup singer, nigga. But he wasn't lying. He wasn't lying, bruh. Like, damn. It had made you think, like, man, maybe Calico is a bitch. Like, Hollow to Don. He was okay. It was another dude I thought was okay, but everybody said he was stealing people's bars. The light-skinned dude with the glasses. I forgot his name. I know who Rum Nitty is. I didn't really like him. I'm about to die again. Might be time to get off him. Was he tall? Yeah, he was. He was. At least he looked like it in the videos. John the Don. Yeah. I used to fuck with John the Don, and then he got exposed for stealing people's bars. I was like, he had good delivery. Let me give it one more try. Good old John. But I got tired of that shit, man. Everybody's got the biggest shotgun in the world. Everybody all got Ultra Instinct pistols. Super Saiyan 3 Super Soakers. I was like, all right, we get it. We fucking get it, bro. Only so much of that shoot 'em up shit I can. And then I didn't like Grind Time was okay. I hated King of the Dot. I'm not gonna lie. Them King of the Dot niggas worst. To me, Smack was #1. And honestly, early Smack and URL TV were like neck and neck, and then URL TV fell off. So then Smack was #1, and like King of the Dot was just dead last for me. The only King of the Dot battles I would watch was when they would poach people from Smack. But like the people that grew organically within King of the Dot, I thought them Canadian niggas were horny. I was not trying to hear that shit, bruh. I'm a white guy. I'm so fly. He says he's gonna shoot me, but not in my eye. That's the type of shit they used to say over there. I was like, bruh, shut the fuck up. I want to hear that. I remember there was 1.2 in time where there was rumors in the street that Drake might hop in the arena for URL or King of the Dot. Ah, man, I wish that would have happened. He was showing up to battles and shit. You heard UK battle? Nigga, you'd have to pay me to listen to that shit. I'm not listening to that. Add moisture. Some Tottenham bars. No, thank you. That. Yeah, I remember that. That was a good time to be a battle rap fan. I was like, damn, is Drake really about to hop in the arena with them, bro? Can he do it? Can he do it? I wish he would have did it, bro. And then that's when Cassidy came out the cut and just started yapping. Me fighting ghosts and shit. Drake don't got that dog in him. Well, back then he did. He had that aura, so it would have been crazy to see the worlds collide, mainstream and like underground battle rap. Like, damn, they might do it, bro. All British rappers sound the same. I just can't take them seriously, bro. Like, I've listened to some like them niggas be talking about shooting people and shit. Like, you guys can't even own guns. Be quiet. You didn't hear that shit. Like, I get it. Niggas get poked in the UK. I'll give you that. Man's them pull up with the machete. Basically, every roadman is a Dominican. They got a machete. We get it. But all that shooting shit. Like one of the worst songs I ever heard was a UK rap song. It was some light-skinned dude. He's got a song called Chingy. Look it up. I swear to God. It's a song about doing UK drills with a knife, and they call it Chingy people. And he did like a whole early 2000s themed music video where they all were wearing like oversized jerseys and shit. He said, me and all my niggas, we pull up and we chingy, chingy, chingy. I was like, all right, bro. All right. don't disrespect right there. What the op said right there? We gonna ching them. I was like, this shit is fucking horrible. I honestly thinking about that. I should play it on stream. Thinking about that Chingy song makes me want to call up Trump and demand we tariff the UK. And y'all know I hate that nigga Trump. But like we might have to put tariffs on the microphones over there. That shit pissing me off just thinking about it. Like I just can't take it seriously. I can't. You said please play it. I'm gonna play it at the end of the stream when I hit this checkpoint. Cannot. Real roadman ting. Can you die? Thank you. Central C. Central C already got exposed. I don't know, man. Is he really roadmandom? They said Central C was doing dance hall records. That shit wasn't working, so he put on a tracksuit. Said he was trapping. I watched the whole like hour-long documentary about that man, bro. They said he faking the funk. He not roadman. Tiny Timpa. Tiny Timpa's such a funny fucking. Yeah, I'm done. Such a funny fucking game, dude. It's late anyway. He pulled out the dumb dance hall records wasn't hitting, so he pulled out the Nike Tech. Started cosplaying Roadman Ting. We'll pick it up tomorrow. I'll figure it out. I'm not locked in anyway. I've been yapping the whole stream. Out of here. Let me see. I'll pull it up. What's the name? I don't know the name of the artist. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do Chingy UK drill song. Does anybody know the name of the artist? Is it Digga? I'll know it when I see it, but fuck no. Is it Digga D? Let's see. It is. This is the song. Oh, it must have got taken down because this says it was uploaded 6 months ago. The video must have got taken down. That's why I can't find it. It is Digga D. So somebody re-uploaded it. Shout out to whoever re-uploaded. I'm just gonna play the hook for y'all. I'm just gonna play the hook because I'm not trying to get copyright strict. This shit was so disrespectful to Chingy.
Off that estate, I bet say if corn get fling, that's red tape. Yeah. Violent, let man tone it. I had spend that like, where's my waps? Of course I stole it, she chat too much, but the next one hold it. Told them don't get comfy and go. Brought that my celly, if I had my man. Turn that wing to a hotspur. No Tottenham, but it came from a farm, same size of my arm, it's a Mossberg. See it up right there, and get chingy. My gun them wimmy, my gun them fimmy.
That's how it went. See ya up right there. Go chingy. This is why you guys will never make it in America. This shit is awful. Nobody's listening to this. Nobody's taking it seriously, bro. Top worst, two worst thing. Keep this shit in Birmingham, Tottenham, and whatever, Manchester. It's not coming over here. This shit is fucking awful, bro. See ya up right there.
Give me my thingy and let me get flingy. Yeah. You see it? You see me? Yeah. We got a big dilemma. Bit me real, bro. Don't know better. Look tap, bro. Like it's whatever.
Like I wish Black Brits would get their own fucking culture, bro. Get your own culture. Stop cosplaying as Black American, dude. This shit is disgusting. Like, what does it mean to be a Black Brit? Can anybody tell me? Then you cosplay as us and just disrespect the fucking culture, bruh. That shit like offended me, bruh. Especially because my mom's side from St. Louis, dude. Like, I'd be out there. Like, yo, Chingy, you should take this shit down. Skepta fire though. I would play it, but Skepta might have dropped one of the worst songs that I've ever heard in my fucking life on top of that Chingy shit. Look up Skepta Transformers. I'm not going to play that song because that shit would probably TOS me. It was so fucking, it's so bad and just stupid. Like, I couldn't believe the first time I heard that song. Like, who let that leave the booth? Look up Skepta Transformer song. It's crazy. I agreed. You said, don't remind me. Nah, I don't hear no Skepta. For to the day I die, I will slander British rappers. I don't want to hear that shit. Keep that shit in Birmingham. Matter of fact, we don't even have to ask because y'all ain't touring over here. We ain't nobody buying a ticket. Oh, vibes with Trey. We trying to catch a vibe with Trey. You playing 2K. Let's see. Trey. Hey, all right. So I'm about to rate the homie Trey. He cool as hell. I want everybody to hop into his chat and say, I heard it's a vibe here. I'm just here to vibe. Show him some love, hit him with a follow, and I'll be back tomorrow with more Neo 3 and news. Fuck that chingy. Everybody have a nice night. I gotta go walk my dog and go to bed. Peace. Oh, and hit the like button on YouTube. Bye.